Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Just let it roll, twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness!
What's the crack? It's your boy Derriak. Back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Back at it again for a week-long special of the Wheel of Madness. Like I was saying to y'all, I want to make sure I'm testing out the shows, see if like what's working, what's not working. Throw the spaghetti, see what that sticks. You know what I mean? Last week was kind of exceeded expectations a little bit, done a bit better than I thought it would do. And like I said, just even being able to kind of like test in terms of like show structure, like when you're doing it kind of one after the next. Just kind of like you're able to test a few things. We tried to do the whole kind of like documentary, like do they work and all this kind of shit. Not really, you know what I mean? So I think focusing on the interrogation video is probably the main thing there. Particularly because I want to kind of obviously like there's the whole like justice aspect to it. But there's also like that aspect of wanting to you know, like kind of benefit like your debating skills, and not just in terms of like formal debates or debates you have online, just in kind of like general life, you know, because what good is reason if you can't use it and you're only using it in online debates? You know what I mean? Sure, yeah, like you look like you know stuff in the online debates, but the true value to reason and sound reasoning, all this kind of stuff, is that you're going to make better decisions in life. You know what I mean? Across the board. And part of that, I think, is being able to kind of detect or deduce when someone's lying. But without further ado, let me introduce chat before we get in. We got Varen. Get in here. Get in here. Welcome in, sir. And don't forget to destroy that like button. I also have a couple things running in chat as well. So you might see me commenting like this in the chat. That's basically a bot thing. Good to see that it's working. You know what I mean? So again, posting different links to remind you to like all the stuff. Even over on the Twitch as well. We got it working as well. So good to see that that's working as well. We also got Daniel. Welcome in, Daniel. I just fell into a leprechaun hole. Hey, mama. We got Southern Man as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. We got Dystomyopia saying, stop in to say hey. Might be back later if I get bored of Ryan Mullally. Shout out to Ryan Mullally. The last VK final was crazy, yo. The accent was interesting / compelling. Yeah, I'm a man of a couple of accents. You know what I'm saying? Particularly if you have like one of these things, like an avatar kind of thing. It's very, very funny to kind of throw people off because then they don't know if you're talking or not, you know? But definitely, like I said, I appreciate you with the popping in. But also, like I said, if there's other stuff, other people, if there's other shit you got to do, you know what I mean? Not just if there's other people you got to watch, but there's other shit you got to do. No worries, folks. No worries. Like I said, I hope he's enjoyed the last show as well. I pretty much was there from the beginning as well. So good to finally like get the flex the debate skills, because it's been a while. Particularly because just remind you guys, I'm kind of in the middle of this debate, World War debate thing, and I made an issue of like not trying to get involved in too many debates, just so I'm kind of like more adaptable. You know, you never know what date's going to get picked and all this kind of thing. But don't know how to describe it. It's like I thought it would be kind of like quicker than it actually is, but I can understand that position where it's like they want to make sure that the debates are edited and all this kind of thing as well. But and especially because they're doing kind of like the voting from the audience as well. So like in terms of like structure and all this kind of stuff, I can definitely kind of understand it from that perspective. So it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see how it goes. As soon as that debate drops as well, don't worry, folks. I am going to be reviewing it on the channel because it is quite a wild one. And before we get into the show, I gotta show off the bellissimo, the beautiful picture that we see right in front of us. But speaking about justice, I was doing a bit of reading on my boy Plato's. Yeah, our boy Plato's. And in terms of the context of the Republic, and again, the Christians might like say, "Oh, Teriak's constantly talking about Plato. Give me Christianity. I don't want to hear about no Plato's." This one is an interesting one. Trust me. All right. The Republic is a dialogue exploring justice, the ideal state, the structure of the soul, and the philosopher king. Book 1 ends with a partial refutation on the sophist Machios. I can't really pronounce the Greek names too well, but this dude who claims justice is the advantage of the stronger, right? Meaning might makes right, essentially. You know what I mean? The powerful divine what is justice to serve themselves, right? So this is basically a dialogue that happens back and forth where they were like, okay, like what is justice? Is justice just whatever the powerful tell us it is? Or is there something more to justice? Like that sense of when you've been slighted, when there has been an injustice. You know what I mean? And this came up on one of the previous Wheel of Madnesses, like this whole concept of like forgiveness versus forgetting. You know, like forgiveness, there has to be some semblance of justice. You know, Glucon and Adamantus are dissatisfied. They want a stronger, positive defense that justice is good in itself. It's not just something that like someone declares or their like subjective opinion, that it is good in it itself, right? Not just for its consequences. And this is what it's going to deal with like, okay, do you act morally or just because you're going to get benefits, you're going to get a reward from it, or do you do it because it's actually good for you, like it's good for your soul, you know? So here's how Glaucon, again, I'm terrible at the Greek names, structures this challenge in 3 parts. The common, meaning like the conventional or sophistic view of the origin and nature of justice. Number 2, the proof that people practice justice only unwillingly. Right? We don't break the law not because we're good people. We don't break the law because we don't want to go to jail, you know? Because they lack the power to do injustice with impunity. Okay? And then number 3, a vivid contrast between the lives of the perfectly just and perfectly unjust man when stripped of all external reputation and consequences to isolate whether justice itself makes one happier. Right? This sets up the famous Ring of Gyges thought experiment in about 368 BC, inspired by a legend about an ancestor of the Lydian king Croesus. So here's the little myth, the Ring of Gyges, which again you might recognize from the old Lord of the Rings. A shepherd finds a magical ring on a corpse in a chasm opened by an earthquake. Turning the ring's collet inwards makes him invisible. Turning it outwards makes him visible again. With this power, he seduces the queen, murders the king, and seizes the throne, committing injustice with total impunity and no fear of detection or punishment. Glaucon's point is, if anyone, be they just or unjust, possessed such a ring, they would act the same way. No one of iron nature would resist the temptation to take what they want, meaning kill, steal, or seduce, whatever means necessary, because human nature pursues self-interest as the good. Law and reputation are the only forces that restrain us. Justice, on this view, is a compromise. People agree to it as a lesser evil because they cannot safely do injustice nor safely suffer it without retaliation. It is not chosen for its own sake, but out of necessity and fear. Glaucon then escalates, saying, even if we give the ring to a supposedly just man, he would behave exactly like the unjust one. This shows that people value seeming just as opposed to being just. Like this whole thing of like that we see on the left, it's all about optics. It's all about how it comes across, you know, rather than actually what it is, like being, you know. So the core hypothetical is the two extreme men stripped of reputation, right? The extremely just man and then the extremely unjust man. To isolate justice itself from its consequences, Glaucon proposes we imagine two men at opposite poles with all external appearances, honors, punishments, divine favor, and social reputation removed or reversed. And we have two men, the perfectly unjust man, who commits every injustice but maintains the appearance of perfect justice. He can recover from any slip with persuasive speech, force, friends, or money. He enjoys every worldly success, rule of the city, advantageous marriages, wealth gained at others' expense, the ability to benefit friends and harm enemies at will, and splendid sacrifices to the gods, making him appear dear to them. All right? He dies with a grand reputation and funeral. On this conventional view, he is the happiest and most enviable. Right? Then we flip it on his face. Perfectly just man who commits no injustice whatsoever, whose justice is pure and internal, to be and not to seem. Okay? To be but not to seem as though he's justice, right? He is stripped bare of everything except justice itself. He has the reputation of the greatest injustice. Society, and apparently even the gods, per the conventional view, treats him as the worst of men. Here's the key passage in Benjamin Jowett's classic public domain translation, widely used and faithful to the spirit. They will say that our just man will be scourged, racked, bound, will have his eyes burnt out, and at last, after suffering every kind of evil, he will be impaled, meaning crucified. Okay? Then he will understand that he ought to seem only and not to be just. And thus he will learn his lesson that not to be just, but to seem just is what we ought desire. Okay? Pretty bold, you know? And then this kind of goes into, like when I say in the impaled, a brutal public execution akin in horror to later Roman crucifixion. Popular retellings often render it as crucified, right? So like in terms of like impaled, it's like we're talking about like crucifixion, basically. Glaucon concludes that on the common view, the unjust life with good reputation is far superior in happiness, power, and even divine favor. He challenges Socrates, prove the opposite, show that justice is good in itself and makes its possessor happier even when he has the worst possible reputation and suffers every external evil, while injustice corrupts the soul and makes one miserable even amid apparent success. All right. So we're putting, again, it's my boy Socrates here. You know what I mean? He's putting up a tall order here. And again, you can kind of draw parallels to this. It's like, why would one lie, you know, when you can actually get a benefit from it? Whereas telling the truth, you're going to get a slap on the wrist. It's going to be a negative for you. You know what I mean? Exclude all rewards, reputations, or consequences. Focus only what justice and injustice do to the soul of the one who possesses them, whether seen or unseen by gods and men. Adimantus adds a further layer. Even the poets and traditions suggest the gods themselves reward seeming just via sacrifice and prayers more than actual justice, and they may punish the just who appear unjust. This makes the challenge even harder. You know what I mean? Turning it all the way up to 11, boys. Socrates, the legend himself, accepts the challenge but takes a long, circuitous route. Okay? He proposes building an ideal city in speech to discover justice on a larger scale, then scales it down to the individual soul. Justice in the soul turns out to be kind of an internal harmony. Reason, logos, rules wisely over spirit, which is the thumos, the honor-seeking part, and the appetite, which is the epithumia, or desires. Each part performing its proper function without interference or overreach. The just person is one man internally, integrated, healthy, godlike in order, while the unjust person is factionalized, tyrannized by desires or false beliefs, and therefore miserable, even if wealthy and honored. Okay? And like, this is just such a banger because in terms of like misery, like they always say, like money can't buy happiness. You know, like if you truly have a just soul, if you truly have that aspect of um like if you're an honest person, like you can live like in like struggling paycheck to paycheck. You can live through that because you don't need the desires, you don't need the pleasures, you don't need all this kind of stuff. But if you're a miserable person, oh bro, you need a whole bunch of drugs just to get through the day. You know what I mean? And that's what we've seen throughout the whole deductions files and all this kind of stuff. All right. The morally perfect man in this framework is the one whose soul achieves this harmony. External suffering does not destroy his inner good. In fact, the perfectly just person may be least attached to external goods and thus most resilient. You know? Like, think about the people that need the life of luxury and all this kind of stuff. Versus, and again, like think of like the whole, all the OnlyFans chicks and all the stuff. They need that just to get through the day. Because they know that if you were to remove that luxury, they wouldn't be putting up with the whole OnlyFans shit. You know what I mean? It's oh man. I think this is like thousands of years old. You know? Later books develop this. The philosopher, the highest just person, may be compelled to rule in the ideal state, but prefers contemplation. In corrupt regimes, given democracy, oligarchy, democracy, or tyranny, the just person is often rejected, misunderstood, or persecuted, echoing the cave allegory in Book 7, where the enlightened one who returns to flee others is ridiculed or killed. Socrates ultimately proves his case by showing that the just life is happier in this life due to the psychic health, and like that's not psychic as in like predicting the future and stuff, like mental health, and via the myth of in Book 10 even accounts for afterlife justice. But the Glaucon Adimantus challenge forces the entire constructive project of the dialogue. And this is what it means philosophically. You have like intrinsic versus instrumental value. The passage dramatizes the debate between viewing morality as valuable only for its outcomes, meaning you'll get increased reputation, you'll have more safety, or you'll get more successful, versus valuable for its own sake, as the state of the soul or alignment with the good. You know? Well, and like this is the whole thing as well. What good are like these creature comforts? What good is, you know, money or wealth or, you know, luxury if like your own consciousness is like eating at itself day to day? That like that you don't just want these things, you need these things. You know? That to me is give me the good mental health versus the bad mental health. You know what I mean? Constantly hearing voices that you're a piece of shit, because that's the whole thing of like with reason. You know, if you adhere to sound reasoning, like honesty, truth, right? Like those are byproducts of reason. You cannot have reason without truth. Yeah. But if you're a piece of shit that lies and constantly lies to get yourself out of trouble and all this kind of stuff, and your instinct is to lie rather than truth, you can no longer reason. You basically erode your faculties to even be able to reason. Because if you start listening to reason, if you start being reasonable, all this kind of stuff, then all of a sudden you're going to have these flashbacks to when you're a piece of shit. And again, the ego can't handle being a quote unquote bad person. The ego is always the angel. The ego is always the I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. You know what I mean? But reason will say, nah, like I've been a piece of shit in my past, you know? And they can't live with that shit, you know? But Glaucon voices the instrumental view to force Socrates to defend the intrinsic one. This is foundational to Western ethics, virtue ethics from Plato and Aristotle, versus later consequentialism or contradictorianism. The morally perfect man as a thought experiment. He represents the limited case of pure justice, unwavering, unconcerned with appearance, tested to the extreme. His suffering reveals society's and conventional morality's preference for seeming over being. It exposes hypocrisy. People praise justice publicly, but would seize power if invisible. The perfect man refuses this game. He holds to reality even unto death. Oof, what a banger, you know? Like this is the whole thing of like people wanting the illusion, people rather live in the illusion rather than reality. Because when they look in that reflection, oof, it ain't a pretty picture. I can tell you that for a fact. You know? Like and again, like women are just like such an easy example to use in this situation. I think of all these women that get like the Botox, get the plastic surgeries, get the nip and tucks and all this kind of shit. They do all the makeup. When they wake up that next morning on that night out, oof, they don't look too good, do they, boys? They don't look too good. Psychological and existential depth. Injustice disorders the soul, like a disease or tyranny within. Justice orders it. Health, unity, freedom. External torments, scourging, blinding, impalement, test but do not negate this inner reality. The just man remains happy in the eudaimonic sense, not hedonic pleasure, but flourishing through virtue even on the rack. A Stoic-like idea Plato anticipates. And from the political angle as well, in the non-ideal cities, the truly just or philosophical person is dangerous to the powerful and may be eliminated. We have examples of like Socrates being one, the cave dwellers, hostility. The ideal state exists to make the just life possible and rewarded. This critiques democracy, tyranny, and sophistry. You know? And then obviously there's nuances in edge cases, but like I said, folks, I was reading up on that and I was like, God damn. You know? But let me go through the moves because we're already 26 minutes in. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Terry, get your shit together. It is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Wheels of Madness, okay? We got a special banner rolling at the bottom of the screen. So let me just click it off, click it on the screen. So that's what I'm talking about with the little scroller. This has all the moves present on it. So again, like I said, if you're worried that I don't go through this constantly, all you have to do is look at the bottom of the screen for all your moves list. We have our first move of, or first of many, which is the meme clip. This isn't a customary one. To give you an example of what I mean by a money clip.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. This is the Wheel of Madness, baby. So if you want a meme clip like that played at any part of the show, it is $10 super chat, or if you use the Ko-Fi, the PayPal, we give you half off. Okay, you get double bang for your buck if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPals. It is only $5. If you want a specific topic, which is to bypass the wheel, you have your own kind of like prompt or theme that you want us to go on. It is a $50 super chat or $25 if you use the Ko-Fi or the PayPal. You want to spin the wheel. Now, to give you an idea of what we're talking about with the wheel, we're talking about this thing. Okay. To move the conversation on, move us on to a next prompt, it is $20 super chat or only $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPals. If a particular prompt that comes up and you want to lock it in, you want to say, I want us to keep continuing talking about this, but $20 super chat in or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal, that locks it. And in order to unlock it, we need to get another donation. You know what I'm saying? Then we have the change wheel. Now, at the moment, we have like different themes for different wheels. Okay, it's a $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. The current theme that we're working with is Bollocksology. Okay, Bollocksology is kind of like a random, fun topics. You know, nothing too serious, all this kind of thing. Then we have dating. Right, if you want to talk about the women's and the men's and the whole like feminism versus the red pill, all this kind of stuff, we got the dating wheel there as well. We also got religion. Okay. Speaking about the whole thing of like the purely just man, we see that echoed definitely in Christianity. I mean, like that is literally the culmination of Jesus. We got religious topics there. We also got politics. Again, if we want to start talking about like policies, law, all this kind of stuff, we got politics theme as well. And then we also have philosophy. And just to give a warnings to the regular members as well, you might notice I've switched to politics and philosophy because this list that you see on screen right now, folks, is basically ordered in terms of difficulty. Meaning in terms of like either the prompts being asked or the themes or the topics brought up in the prompts are kind of like simplest, meaning anybody should be able to participate in Bollocksology. But in terms of philosophy, Telling you boys, I ran through it in terms of philosophy. I was like, holy shit, this is a difficult wheel. So the bollocksology is the easiest wheel, and the philosophy is the most difficult wheel, essentially. And also, it is an open panel. The link should be pinned. Got to make sure that I have that shit. Yeah, it should be pinned. Let me know if it's not displaying on your end. If there's any panelists you don't like, myself included, I'm actually including this one. You can drop me for $10 per 5 minutes if you're using the super chat, but if you're using the Ko-Fi PayPal, it's basically $1 a minute with the minimum of $5. And again, like I said, I'm including that one. Spartacus loves using that move to its peak. And then if you want to straight just kick someone off the show for the night, it is $100 super chat or $50 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. And if you want to bring someone back who's been kicked off, it is the same dollar amount. And like I said, folks, the reason why we give half off is because Apple and YouTube are thieving bastards. Okay, if you super chat, and this is for any creator on YouTube, right? If you super chat using an Apple device, right? Let's say you do $10. Apple takes 30%, then YouTube takes 30%. So let's say you're watching Rob, you're watching Andrew, you're watching Jake, or whoever. You donate $10 super chat. What happens on your Apple device? Apple will take 30% on that, putting it down to $7, and then YouTube takes 30% of the $7, putting it down to $4.90. So only 49% of your donations actually going to the creator. Like I said, folks, thieving bastards. And also, just remind you all as well, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doxing, no threats, and nothing about family or children. If you get any of that shit, you get kicked free off house. Oh, sorry, you get kicked for free. It's on the house, okay? Any of that shit, you're going to get kicked off. You won't be coming back. And, ladies and gentlemen, as well, to start off, we got Wheels Bank. So if you do like, you kind of like, oh, I don't have enough for a full spin of the wheel. Yo, like here's $2. We add that onto the wheel bank, and we, like I said, we can build towards it as a full chat as well. Okay. Now let me catch up with chat before we spin this wheel as well. We got this Stone Myopia saying, "I'm Christian, love me some Play-Dohs, mama." Darren says, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of our Lord." And like that whole thing, even what the like his eyes was burned out. Like when you look at like Revelations, Jesus comes back and he literally has fire eyes, you know. So it's like in terms of descriptions, you know, and this is like what over 300 years before Jesus. Telling you, man, get yourself some Play-Doh. He's trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. Mama, he hath loosed the. Wait, is that loosened or loosed? He hath loosed the fateful lightning from his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Based. And also as well, like I said, we got the bot working. You know what I mean? Shantae's been on my case for, I think, at least a couple of weeks, if not more, at this stage. Say you got to get the bot working, Terrak. We got the bots working there. So if you want to join the Discord link's in there. You know what I'm saying? How do we get justice if the government is the one who did you wrong? This is the whole thing, Southern Man. Justice is independent of the ones that are in power. It is independent of the ones in power. So, like, this is we could look at like COVID-19. Like, just because the government tells you to take this stuff doesn't mean you should take it. You know? Key thing to it, you know? Also, again, make sure you support Speakeasy. Thank you, Teriak, for posting in the channel. Make sure you check out the Speakeasy merch store because there are limited edition items on there, okay? Which means once they're gone, okay? And we got Shantae in chat. Speaking of Shantae, Gaze, Days, and Femiac. See you, Shantae. See you. Unbelievable. Appreciate you kindly, Shantae. Smash that like button. And welcome into the boys as well. You know what I'm saying? And half off, $10 spins through Ko-Fi and PayPal. Exactly, Shantae. I need to set up the commands. I only have the timers set. You know what I mean? So you'll see the automatic post coming in terms of that. But I do need to get the... But I'm also worried about... Well, maybe that's probably part of the sentence as well. Where like doing the Discord and all that kind of stuff. Make sure that people just can't spam it and all that kind of thing, you know? You need to send me the commands for Nightbot. No, I'm telling you, like I've done it all on this app. There's a separate section for the commands. I can put like custom commands and all this kind of stuff into it. So like that's the next thing I need to get done because I have the timers. So it's like automatically I'll just keep like posting like links like this, links like the Discord. You know what I mean? But getting like the prompts or like the commands that when people put it in, that could be an aspect to it as well. You know what I mean? But okay, that works too. You can choose just mods to use commands, but if it's timed, that's fine. But no, like I want both. I want to like slowly start like building the whole kind of thing where like the chat's kind of more interactive and all this kind of thing too. But definitely, like I said, make sure I stay on top of that shit as well. Like, don't be afraid to be like, "Yo, Teriak, where's the commands? Where's the commands, Teriak?" You know what I mean? But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get the wheel spun.
Spin it! Spin it! Spin it!
35 minutes in the show. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Should we ban all small talk and force everyone into deep existential conversations only? Now, this, like I said, this is part of the whole bollocksology wheel, okay? So, look, with each day this week, we're going to take a new section. So, it's like we start off with bollocksology. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting with the dating wheel, religion, politics, so on and so forth. But if you don't want no bollocksology, you want more serious conversation, like I said, folks, if you want to change out the wheel, it's only $25 on the Ko-Fi PayPal. You know what I mean? But this is what I mean by the bollocksology. It's basically prompts where, you know, a lot of people, just because they're either on the same political thing or they're the same religion or all this kind of, or they're friends even, all this kind of stuff. Like, that's the way I kind of approach this. Where it's like, because I noticed that, like, typically, we're kind of like, it's more kind of like right-wingers or like Christians and all this kind of stuff that are in the, that are watching along or in chats and all this kind of stuff or on panel. And I want to make sure I came at it from the angle where it's like, even like Christians would disagree, or even, you know, you'd have like, two Republicans, like they would disagree. Try to get like the prompts in terms of that aspect. Now, this one for me, we're at the reason. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. We also got the link as well being posted by Shante. Appreciate you, Shante. You know, and don't forget to like and subscribe. You know what I mean? But anyways, in terms of like this aspect, I think in modern day, right, in terms of like your kind of your regular conversation with friends and all this kind of stuff, the typical response that you get, or a lot of people get, is like, "Oh, I don't want to be political. I don't want to be political. Can't we just get along? Can't we just have a nice time?" All this kind of shit, right? And like, think about what that person is saying. Like, they're basically telling you, it's like, I don't want to talk about anything serious. I just want to have fun, you know? You know, so, oh, girls just want to have fun. Like, this all bollocks. I think, now again, don't get me wrong. Like, if it's constantly you're just talking about serious stuff and all that, like, that can be a headache. I get that, right? Gotta be able to, like, all work, no play makes Jack a dull boy kind of thing, you know? But in terms of like the modern, you know, like dynamic between friends and all this kind of shit, I think a lot of people, they want to play into this like nice guy attitude. They want to play into like everybody's friend type character. So that's why I think there's been such a priority of like the small talk. I'd rather small talk than talk about something serious. But if you're with your friend and the only conversation you really have is like small talk, right? And bear in mind, like friend, not someone that you're friendly with, right? An actual like someone you'd consider a friend, and you cannot have like any of these deep conversations with them because otherwise, like it's too much of a disagreement and all this kind of stuff. Are they actually your friend? You know what I mean? Like if I can't have a disagreement with my friend, it doesn't really seem like that's a friend. Now let me know in chat, like let me know if I'm wrong. But from my aspect, I'm kind of like, you got to be able to have disagreements. You got to even be able to find out what the disagreements are. And especially, I don't want to kind of go too much into the conspiratorial aspect and all this kind of thing, is like, I've noticed a lot of this kind of shit where like there are narratives framed, right? Divisions caused, so to speak. And like that's a typical excuse where it's like lefties will do the whole like, oh, I just want to do small talk. I don't want anything political and all this kind of shit. And that's how they get their in. Like, oh, I'm harmless. I'm not here to cause conflict and all this kind of shit. And then from there, they slowly start like pushing like these certain narratives, these certain things, and all this kind of stuff. And it's this whole like rules for thee, but not for me. You know? Like, think about like just the gaming industry is a perfect example. You know? Oh, we're just making a game, but it's like tons of gay shit, tons of like trans shit, tons of all this bollocks. You know what I mean? We can look at media as well, like what's that show called? It's basically a rip-off of the Avengers. But it's just like, imagine if the Avengers was actually political. You know? Like all that kind of shit going on. You know? So they'll say, oh, I want small talk, I want this, I want that. What they really like don't like, and again, this kind of points back to what we were doing like last week with deductions fall, is a lot of people don't want to actually think too deeply about anything because they don't like truth. They don't like reality. They'll do whatever they can to avoid reality. I mean, like that example I done there, like the whole gaming industry, it's escapism. It's escaping from reality, you know? And again, thank you, Shat Dave, for posting the channel links. Sub to Rat, sub to Daniel, help the boys out, you know what I mean? But we got to build an empire here, folks, you know? Hey, that's me. I've never been serious a day in my life. See you, Shante. What's that? Let me play a clip. Let me play the clip.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop you fucking lying.
Yeah, I understand you like to have jokes and all this kind of Shante, but you see, who the fuck wants small talk? Exactly. You know? Like it's small talk and real talk. The reason why it's called real talk is because it's reality and all this kind of shit. You know? And I think, and you can even like just like look at it in terms of like the comedy as well. Like the comedy is just like complete bullshit. You know? Like the only ones that are allowed to make controversial jokes is like some cunt that's like in a wheelchair or like has some like weird genetic condition, all this kind of shit. Like, what's going on here? Like, there's too many pussies. We have a huge like pussy culture, you know, where exactly the boys. That's the show I was thinking about. Whereas like that is just completely political. Completely political, you know? But that's what people want. Like they want the illusion, they want the distraction, they want the bread and circuses. Because reality's too hard, you know? But this is what kind of referenced I was referencing it at the beginning in the intro to the show. This whole argument that like Plato puts forward in the Republic. You know, you'd rather have a strong soul. And part of having a strong soul is that aspect of justice. You know, like compare the two. The dude that gets pandered to, he's like everybody praises him and all this kind of shit, even though he's immoral, even though he's unjust. He's gonna have a. That's why like it's a tyrant cannot stand any critique. Can't even stand a joke being made about them. Whereas you look at the philosopher, you know, they'd be joking about themselves, you know? And in terms of like pointing to consequences of this, like if your ego is so brittle that you cannot handle critique or a joke or anything like that, bro, you are living in a delusion. You are living in an illusion. And how are you supposed to be able to make real change? in the world? How are you actually able to make improvement in the world? Unless you actually have the truth. Unless you're being real, you know? One of those things, you know? Ratharita says, thank you guys. I'm in chill mode at the moment, but I may pop up shortly. No small talk, straight to action. Hey, my man. My man. I was in the same mentality yesterday as well, Rath. I was like, I got the bot done, got this done. Shantae as well. I forgot to shout that out. Oh my God. I always forget to shout things out as well. We have a new channel in the Discord as well. Purely just for the deductions files. You can recommend cases for us. You can talk about your favorite ones and all this kind of stuff. Shantae done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 cases Shantae recommends as well. So again, shout out to Shantae. She also calls me out, says I suck at playlisting and timestamps. That is true. I do suck at that shit. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I understand the mentality. You gotta get shit done. You know what I mean? So shout outs to getting shit done, Rat. Got Maghouse saying, hi Terry, I can chat 100% ban small talk. Small talk is what ruins society, in my opinion. You don't learn anything from anyone with from small talk, like who they are, what they're into, etc., etc. Exactly. And it goes to that thing that I'm saying, like, is this just an illusion? Let's talk about some real shit, you know? But are people afraid to actually learn something? Are they scared? You know, things might not go the way they plan, and then they're let down. You know, why bother having a goal? Because if you don't have a goal, then you'll never get disappointed. How weak of a soul is it that you can't handle disappointment? You know? And it kind of plays into the whole kind of like the whole like World Cup thing, like all these kind of like major sporting events. And then when you look at like what they done in the Olympics, guarantee you they wouldn't be depicting Muhammad like that. Oof. Could you imagine? Could you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if they done that shit to Muhammad? Oof. Paris would fall overnight. You know? I don't know. I think you're all small talk. Unbelievable. Shantae taking shots at everybody. You know what I mean? Gotta keep the ego in check, you know? I can only build good relationships with people I can have good, deep conversations with. Exactly. And that doesn't mean that like you have to agree with your friends 100%. You know what I mean? What I would consider a good friend is that it's like if there is a disagreement, they're going to let me know. They're going to voice their concerns. There's no point of surrounding yourself with a bunch of yes men. It's like the same thing, and like we're talking about with like the CEO of a board, right? Of the business, you're running the business, you're a CEO. Are you going to surround yourself with a board of directors that are just going to like tell you everything is wonderful, everything's amazing, and all this kind of shit? No, because then the business is going to fail. You know? Also, we got Southern Man with the $2 says, most people don't think deep. It can be lonely. Well, like, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Appreciate you for the $2. Like, I think people are afraid as well, in a certain degree. It's like this whole thing of like, I don't want to be stupid. I don't want to be labeled as that guy, the stupid guy, and all this kind of thing, you know? Whereas I come out from the opposite angle. I do the whole, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? Mistakes are going to be made. They're going to be made, you know? But it is what it is. It's part of reality. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to fail. What do you do once you experience that failure? Do you run from it? Do you hide from it? Do you try to make up lies to try and justify it and all this kind of shit? Or do you confront it and say, fucked up there. Let's look at the failure. Let's analyze the footage. can we make an improvement? Can we avoid making that mistake in the future? What can I do or change that will remedy that, you know? Shante says, that's why I like talking to anyone. I always get shit for wanting to talk to anyone, but I'm interested in everything about them. Fair point. And it's like again, like this whole thing of like, you know, there's a lot of ways that this can be like mischaracterized in terms of like the aspect of this doesn't mean that you have to have like the deepest, most philosophical conversations about like, you know, what is the meaning of life? You know what I mean? But like, are you having like a proper conversation in terms of you're talking about a particular event and you're going back and forth with your friend, right? And like a proper friend, not one of these like fake as fuck motherfuckers, right? And like they're voicing their concerns, and like, are you trying to lie about it and say downplay and say, oh, it's actually not that bad, or are you saying, oh yeah, like I'll definitely try some of that stuff out, but you never actually do try the stuff out? You know, are you just giving lip service? You know, that's another key thing to this. You know, like if your friend is making a mistake, are you going to actually have the courage to voice that to them? Or are you going to say, no, I really like this friendship, I better not say anything to piss them off? You know? We got the bots working, boys. We got the bots working. Check us out on X. You know what I mean? Thank you for the support. Thank you very kindly, my friend. Like, think about it. How many times have you asked someone how they're doing, or how are they? And what answer did you get back? Small talk. I'm doing fine. I'm okay. Oh yeah, I'm grand. I'm fine. Everything's fine. You know? And this is why I point out something that I've noticed, particularly like with Irish, even like British culture and all this kind of stuff. Like roasting each other gets you that answer, right? Tell me how you are without me asking how you are. You know? You roast them and you basically gauge it based on their response. Do they join in on the joke, or do they get offended at the joke? You know? And again, it goes both ways as well. Like, did you go too hard in the paint? You know what I mean? That's a whole aspect to it as well. You know? I do every day. I will stand and talk to anyone for hours. Doesn't matter if it's random addict or homeless person on the street. Oh, like that's another thing as well. A lot of people would say, okay, like, what do you get from those conversations? Well, you're learning more about, like, when we talk about like the deductions files, like, how does someone get to that point? How does someone get to the point where they're a serial killer? It's the same way of like, how does someone get to that point where like they're homeless, or they're an addict and all this, you know? And I think lies are a key part to that. The lies that we tell ourselves. And everybody does it, you know, not to sound too much like Dr. House, but it's like everybody lies. But the rate and the extremity of the lies is what gets you in those places, you know? That's why the truth is a powerful thing. Because like fundamentally, right? And I keep like hammering this point home, because it's one thing that like through all the deductions files that we've done so far has been like a clear thing where you can see people like in their bare element when we do these interrogation videos and all this kind of stuff, even to the point where it's like, okay, that's clearly a lie, you know? And then when they try to do the whole like emotional thing, try to do the song and dance, you know, it really kind of like exposes that it's like this person is like, they're like they're a pathological liar. And how much damage does that do to you over the course of a life? If you've spent like, you know, for the majority of your life, like 40 years on this planet, and anytime you get in trouble, anytime there's a bit of confrontation, you just lie your way out of it. yeah, it might seem like, oh, like that, like that's clearly a benefit to me, but it's the unseen deficit that applies. That shit chips away at your soul, man, and then all of a sudden it becomes instinct. Like, how does someone handle criticism? You know, like one of the weirdest things uh like I've done was being able to change my perspective in terms of when people are giving me critique, you know? Like valid critique, like not just like saying like Teriyaki, you're a retard, you know? Like being able to separate what's constructive criticism versus destructive criticism is, right? Someone comes up to you and they say, "Oh, you're a retard," right? Base question to ask is why? What did I fuck up? What did I do? And if they're not giving you like an actual reason or a valid reasoning to why you messed up or why you're stupid or ignorant on this particular thing, then that would be like destructive criticism. Or it's like it's not, because you can't even engage with that. You know what I mean? Unless you either just take them on face value. But if there's someone who's genuinely giving you critique, you know, they'll be able to kind of walk you through it and say, yeah, no, here's the line where you've gone wrong. You know, like think of like your mathematics thing. Here's the line where you went wrong. It's actually not x equals y. It's actually x equals z or whatever. You know, and in the long run, it actually, you kind of start to recognize that it's like, oh shit, like this person is actually taking time and effort out of their schedule, out of their day, because they want me to succeed. And that's where like the true intent behind the critique comes. That's how you're able to determine whether or not it's constructive or destructive. You know? Me and my best friend have been mates 35 years. Not once have we fought each other, but had a hell of a lot of disagreements. Exactly. And even from the extent where it's like sometimes you throw fisticuffs and all this kind of stuff, doesn't mean you can't remedy that. You know? Like I said, the whole thing of like making mistakes and all that kind of shit. You know? But there is that whole aspect that if there is someone who's like quick to get physical, like at the slightest insult or perceived insult, the slightest critique or dissent, and they're all kind of open arms, they're getting angry and all this stuff. Sometimes you gotta take a step back from that and say, I don't think I can factor in this risk, you know? So many people don't want to talk deep with people because they're afraid of opening up to someone. Well, that's the whole thing that I was talking about with like the goals earlier, you know? Why bother setting a goal if there's potential of disappointment? If you never set a goal, then you'll never be disappointed. It's the same kind of aspect here. You know? I'll never get hurt if I never get close to anyone. You know? If I never open up to anybody, then I'll never get hurt. But if you never open up to anybody, because that like when you open up to someone, like that could be potentially be a weapon used against you, you know? And that is just a part of life. But by opening up to someone, like the whole expression of like a problem shared is a problem halved. Like what one would see as potential to be harmed is ignoring the potential benefit of being helped. You know? Especially because we have like this mentality of like individualism. You know, I'm my own person. You know what I mean? And but like humans don't exist in a vacuum. It's not like an abstract or like an individual or an atom and all this kind of shit. We are social creatures, you know? And you just didn't spontaneously come into existence. It took two people to make you, you know? Connection, a relationship, a bond. So it's definitely something where, you know, and again, like I'm fucking woeful at this myself, you know? I typically tell people, hey, listen, I don't do the whole like, how was your day and all this kind of shit. But like again, like the more I kind of like do the stream and all this kind of stuff, the more I kind of like understand, like that whole thing of like connection, building rapport, relationships, all this kind of thing. But it is a thing where it's, especially on the internet, kind of plays into this whole like illusion. Like people that want to project themselves as something that they're not. But when you find people that are actually true, people that are 100%, man, powerful thing. It is a really powerful thing. Find the more truthful you are, the less people like you. Am I fine with that? Oh, and I'm fine with that. Well, like that's like I often like bring this up when it comes to like dating and all this kind of stuff. Like there's a lot of guys that are more than willing to lie. Just to get like the girl of his dreams and all this kind of stuff. And I often look at that, I just laugh. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to like be someone else. And eventually the truth is going to come out. So like, and the relationship will break down from there, et cetera, et cetera. It's like what you're doing is you're wasting all that time on someone who doesn't actually want to be with you. They want to be with someone else. And you're kind of, you have such a lack of respect for yourself, for who you are, that you would rather pretend to be someone else than just to be yourself. It's sad. It really is sad. When you really kind of like break it down and say, wow, this dude has like such low self-esteem, such low belief in himself and respect for himself, that he's willing to, put on a mask just for someone else. Then they do the whole, but she makes me happy. It's bro, your happiness has to come from yourself. And this is, again, to go back to the Plato argument in Republic. Like that sense of justice, that like strong soul is like happiness. And like, are you able to get through day to day without having to use drugs or having to like needing luxuries and all this kind of stuff? Key indicator. That's how you're able to judge yourself, how you're able to hold yourself accountable. And again, I'm not perfect. I've fucking like Lady Nicotine has her claws into me. It is what it is. It is what it is. No one's perfect, as they say. I used to handle criticism badly in my teens. Now I embrace it. My man. And that's what I'm saying. And even being able to recognize like constructive criticism, like criticism coming from like a genuine wanting to see you do better, versus criticism of like they're saying this shit just to try and tear you down. And that's like you particularly see that in like with women. Like women do a lot of fucking snaky shit, try and tear them down. All this kind of like break up relationships and all this kind of shit. Like that's like nasty shit. Where it's like they'll like feminism is one of the most ultimate tools for that shit. Where they'll say all sorts of shit. Yeah, you go, girl. You deserve better and all this kind of shit. And it's like, wow, Viper type shit. But when you actually get someone who's willing to give you that, that solid advice, like that solid critique, and be able to give you the advice, what worked for them, what didn't work for them, and all this kind of stuff. Oh man. Like having a guardian angel, I get a lot from those conversations. I've learned a lot about people doing that. Taught me that I'm no better than the worst, and that sometimes people just need someone to talk to. Exactly, Shante. Like that's, and again, like that's the whole thing that we do. We tell ourselves, oh, I'd never be a murderer. I'd never be a cheater. You know, I'd never like end up homeless. Bro, any one of us, you know, have a bad day, bad week, month, or year, you know? Like the gambler, right? Like anytime like someone like loses a significant amount, right? A significant amount of money, they lose their house or they get into tremendous debt and all this kind of shit. It comes back to that ego that they cannot handle the loss. They cannot handle that failure. They double up and then you double up again and you double up again, you know? Can literally happen to anybody. We all have egos. We all don't like losing, you know? But why it's like you got to keep your ego honest. Got to keep grounded to reality, folks. You know? A small chat with someone could end up saving someone's life. That's the way I look at it. Well, we have these like those hotlines for like people like suicide hotlines and all this kind of stuff. You know? This is why like information, conversation, dialogue is like one of the most powerful one of the most powerful unseen things. You know? That's why it's like this whole thing of like the when you look at like Lord of the Rings or like World of Warcraft, like those type of kind of like things, it's surprising the imagery that, like, for example, like casting a spell. Well, how do you use a word? You need to be able to spell it, right? Like so many kind of things that they kind of add up in a poetic way, you know? Where there's like the physical and then there's the magical, you know? Words can be a magical thing. Like you can use words to heal or you can use words to damage. Sometimes you got to use damaging words, you know? Sometimes the only way to for example, like communism, you need to use damaging words against communism. Because otherwise, and we've seen that non-physical, that idea manifest in reality, absolutely destroy, you know, the physical. Look at the Bolsheviks and the gulags. Holy shit, man, you know? But you are hurting yourself inside. 100%. And that's I'm pretty sure like Ryan was talking about this, like he's like raising his kids and he's like trying to teach his kids that's like being honest is the best way. But how do you explain that to a kid when it's like, well, if I just lie, you know what I mean? I'm not going to get this instant punishment or instant like negativity, you know? Like it can be beneficial to lie at sometimes, but is it truly beneficial in the long run? Definitely not beneficial to your soul. That's the thing about lies. You have to keep track of them. And eventually, no one has a perfect memory, you know? But if you are going to open up, you're not going to open up to someone who is going to judge you. I don't know. I think like judgment is important. Especially if you're like genuinely lost on something. Like sometimes you need like that external judgment, you know? And I'm not saying like, you know, purity culture and all that kind of shit. But I'd say that like part of like why you open up to someone or you try to look for feedback of someone is that whole aspect of listen, I need like some sort of like external judgment here to kind of like see or to test whether or not like am I doing the right thing, you know? I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy, pal. I'm brutally honest with people. The unspoken bullshit stresses me out and leads me to overthink. I'd rather know. True. Like, I can't remember the exact like moral dilemma it is, but it's like one of these things where, like, why do we want knowledge? Why do we revere the truth? And it's because there's always a reason. And I understand sometimes like that shit can drive you crazy and all this kind of shit. But it's why, like, for example, like the pursuit of knowledge is like the highest virtue. Or that's what Plato would have argued. You know? And like knowledge in a sense of like actual truth, you know? Because when you actually analyze, like, here's another thing in terms of perspective and stoicism and all this kind of shit. Like a lot of people like the whole trans thing. It's like I can see on X. It's like eating their fucking soul. It's driving them fucking crazy that this stuff is being pushed and all this kind of thing. Like Graham Linehan is like one example where he's constantly banging the drum about like the whole trans thing and all that kind of stuff. And I think he's kind of one of these people that if he doesn't realize it consciously, but like subconsciously, he paved the way and enabled a lot of that shit. Him and people of his ilk. And it's driving him crazy. In the sense of like when he sees like all these like celebrities, writers, people in Hollywood and all this kind of stuff, like glorify and push this whole trans thing. And I think the reason why he gets so angry about it, not necessarily angry, but because he's such a strong energy to fight back against it now, is that like he realized that like he played a crucial role in terms of enabling this, you know, and driving this whole kind of movement. And like he's kind of like a liberal, I guess. It would be hard to kind of like pin him down on where exactly he is on the left wing, but liberal could be word used to describe him. But I mean, even that word in kind of like in today's political climate, like a liberal is fucking like anyone from like you could describe like Jordan Peterson as like a classical liberal, all the way to like a communist would be considered a liberal and all this kind of shit. But the way I look at the whole trans thing is this is the logical conclusion to homosexuality. You know, this is the path or the course it takes, or queer ideology, if you want to use the academic term for it. You know, so I just kind of look at the trans thing as like for every like new trans person, that's one less gay person. That's one less, you know, homosexual and all this kind of shit. You know? And again, a lot of people say you're homophobic or you're bigot, all this kind of shit. I don't care. But it's kind of one of those things when it comes back to like the nation, the family. You can't create a family with two gay dudes. It's a man and a woman. And the fact now that like they've said it in their manifestos and all this kind of shit, it's like our goal is to eradicate the nuclear family and all this kind of shit. You go against God, you go against facts of nature, you're gonna have a bad time, you know? This is why, like, when you look at like the whole like queer ideology and all that kind of shit, it's like the homosexuality was only the tip of the spear. Like, why would they use arguments that can be used by pedophiles? You know, I was born this way. That's what a pedophile would say. You know what I mean? There's a reason why they done it. And that's why, like, the kind of referenced this multiple times on the channel, but I'll say it again here for any of the new folks in chat. Like, you look into the Rorschach tests, like the Rorschach test where they show you an ink blot and they say, like, what do you see? Like, people who like overly sexualize the images, like every single ink blot they see, there's some sort of like sexual connection that they tie back to it. That is a mentally ill person, you know? And when you look at what's it called? The Baal statue or the Baphomet pictures that they have and all this kind of shit. Like, that's basically like showing you, like, that's how warped their perception is. They mix animal and human, man and woman. You know what I mean? Hermaphroditic, bestiality, all this kind of shit. When you look into like queer ideology, that's all the stuff that they want. They want homosexuality. They want trans, hermaphrodite species. They want bestiality. They want necrophilia. They want pedophilia. You know what I mean? It's a complete like warping, and like literally a corruption of what sex is supposed to be. Like, sex is supposed to be like creation. It's supposed to be like a sacred act between a man and a woman, you know, to build a family. And now look at the whole LGBT movement and all this kind of shit. It's all purely just like the lowest form of whatever your base impulse is, casual sex. You know what I mean? That's why, like, when we're reading the Bible, there's just so much shit that comes up in it where it's like, holy, they literally describe the Baphomet thing. The man with a head of a goat, you know? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I like the Shante. I deep think everything, conversations I've had, what I've said, and what they've said, and what it meant, and how it could have went, etc., etc. True that. But it's also important because you can see that, like, sometimes it goes too far. Like, you can overthink. And it's like, that's the whole thing of like being stuck in the past and not kind of like moving forward and all this kind of stuff. There is a time for like reflection and self-reflection, especially. But you can't change the past. The past is the past. But what are you going to do about it going forward? That needs to be the... Anytime you notice yourself in one of those loops where you're constantly just thinking about this back thing, basically like that's your mind kind of like trying to tell you that you don't have the solution yet. And you need to focus on what is the solution I can do going forward with that mentality of like the forward perspective, you know? Anytime I've lost, anytime I have a loss or something bad happening to me, I just think of those people who was worse off than me, and I ground myself in that. Good perspective to have. A really good perspective to have. You know? I think about how bad, like, it can always be worse. Like, no matter how bad a situation went, it could have went worse, you know? Like, there was that, there's a video of a dude basically kind of asked the question, like, if I gave you $10 million, $10 million, right, that you could spend the whole day with, right? Wake up in the morning, I give you $10 million, right? And you could spend that whatever way you want. You could do whatever you want with it, all this kind of stuff. But the next day, you will not wake up. Would you take that offer? And there's like, of course not. Like, exactly. Tomorrow is worth more than $10 million for you. Puts things in perspective, you know? Same. I appreciate the honesty so much, even if it hurts me, because I'm hurt. I'm just hurting myself much more with all the what ifs and could be's. Exactly. you know? Honesty is the best policy, but it's going to hurt you. That's the thing, yeah. Medicine don't taste good. Medicine ain't sweet. Sugar is sweet. Sugar gives you cancer, you know? But it is necessary. Truth is necessary. And this is when we talk about like the uncomfortable truths and all this kind of stuff when I talk about in the deductions file, where it's like very easy to say, oh, like this serial killer is evil and he was just born that way, or Hitler was evil, he was born that way. Like, you'll never understand. And it's like, no, like you can understand. There is a reason behind it all, but it's very uncomfortable. And part of that uncomfortable fact is anyone, literally anyone, can end up like that. Anyone can end up like Hitler. Anyone can end up like a serial killer. Anyone can end up homeless. You know, I open up to anyone. It's a problem. Sometimes I need to just shut up. Well, Shante, that's why we got the clip. That's why we got the clip.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Shantae's going to have like a mini Dave Chappelle. Anytime like she realizes I shouldn't be opening up, she's going to have that clip ingrained in her head. I'm telling you. That's looking for advice. That's different to opening up to up fully with someone. Yeah. Because, like, for example, like, you could realize that you fucked up, and you could even have the solution of, like, and the lesson that you learned from it already established on your end. But it can be kind of, like, still letting people know off that fuck up. You know? And like I said, like, that can be a weapon used against you. It could also be an energy source for the relationship. It's the same thing like nuclear power, you know? Nuclear can be used as an energy source to raise a village, or it can be used as a bomb to blow up a village, you know? And like that's one of those funny things about life. It goes both ways, as they say, you know? I like brutally honest people, is what that meant. Okay. We like honesty, but not judgment. Then what would you find as judgment, Mad Cow? I guess that would be the key thing. You know? No, I'm not looking for advice. I just overshare. I get told off and I shouldn't be so open about myself. Yeah, that's one of the key things, Shante. Like in that example I gave you, like with nuclear. It could be used as an energy source to power the relationship, but it can also be used as a weapon to destroy you, you know? And bringing it back to small talk, I think that's why society is the way it is, just because people are too quick to judge people off talk. I was saying to Teriak, it is what it is. It is what it is. I wouldn't say that's necessarily judgment or the get more depth out of that. Because like what you're talking about there, Mad Cow, I would say like that's gossip, or that's yeah, like I would say like that, like, you know, like people like who would gossip and all this kind of shit. But even in that example of like, you know, advice that we're talking about, like that would be like a judgment. You know, like I don't look at judgment as a bad thing. Like let me get the definitions to make sure that I'm not hold myself accountable, you know? First, the mental ability to make sensible decisions from sound opinions or the official evaluation of a situation. Yeah, so it's like you're just giving your evaluation, like and sensible or sound opinion or sound argumentation. It comes back to reason. It comes back to logic. You know, are you being reasonable? Whereas gossip is casual, often sensational conversation or rumors about other people's private lives, which can sometimes be unkind or even untrue. Yeah, so it's like small talk is basically gossip, you know, the drama and all this kind of stuff, you know, spill the tea and all this kind of shit that they do, you know. Whereas like judgment is like you're trying to form like a rational conclusion to this said problem or to said action, you know. You're trying to get to a decision or to get to, okay, what's the plan going forward kind of thing, you know. I know where you come from, Shante. I'm usually the person for years that everyone came to for advice and their problem, and I never understood why. No, I know why, because I'm so honest. Oh, now I know why. It's because I'm so honest. 100%. You cannot have rationality. You cannot have like reason. You cannot have like advice that is sound, like sound reasoning. You cannot have that without truth. Being honest is being true, you know, being grounded in reality, you know. I'm going to shut up now. I'm going too deep. Hey, what can I say? What should I play some? Was it Blink 182? No, Sum 41. I'm in too deep. I'm trying to keep all the thoughts in my head. Welcome in, Blue. Pull up a chair, get comfy. People don't like to look into the mirror for real. I think everyone should start the day looking into your own eyes and be honest with yourself. 100%. That's why I keep using that like analogy of like showing them their reflection. You know, like these pathological liars and people who like live in illusion. Like you show them that mirror, they're not going to like the reality of the situation, you know? But you've got to be careful with that stuff. Because you do that to the wrong person, bro, they will lash out. They will get violent. As we've seen through the deductionist files. Like, I can't remember which case it was, but like one of the chicks it was found out that she was cheating. And like that the husband knew that she was cheating. So she like staged it as a suicide or whatever. And she just found him on the sofa or whatever the fuck. It was all a lie. But it's because like that woman literally lived a life of lies. And she knew that, oh, like, cheaters are terrible people. And her ego had already ingrained in the fact that she's a good person. But that's what happens when it's like split personality. It's like they have like a different personality for when they're doing the bad stuff, and then another personality when they're doing the good stuff. We've seen that in the dude and the DD case as well. You know? No one's truly all good, nor is anyone truly all evil. But by worshipping at the altar of lies and illusions and all this kind of shit, that gets you a one-way ticket to hell, baby. To a life of misery, life of violence and suffering and all this kind of shit. You know? Like I said, it's one of those things. It's an uncomfortable truth that like anybody can end up in that position. Literally anybody. But it's like when people go to therapy. Wait, what? Okay, one sec. Well, think about it. Someone could just say, I'm a Trump supporter, and they get judged really quick. Okay, that's there. What would be the word to nonsensible? Word for nonsensible judgment. Injudicious. Injudicious. Most precise term for a judgment that shows poor taste, lacks sound reasoning, or is just plain unwise. Ill-advised, imprudent, irrational, fatuous, what's prejudice? Prejudice. Meaning an unfair, preconceived opinion or attitude about an individual or group, usually formed without significant knowledge or facts, is rooted in rigid stereotypes and often manifests as irrational feelings of hostility, suspicion, or intolerance. So yeah, I'd say that's prejudiced. Or injudicious. How do you pronounce that word? I need to get better at my pronunciations. Supposedly speaking this language. Pronunciation. Injudicious. You know, so like that, like I'd say like that's prejudice or that's injudicious. Injudicious. You know? But in terms of like when you're saying judgment, you're talking about like something that's like that's sensible, rational, things like that. You know? People don't want to feel guilty. We're all guilty. Well, that's why, like I said, Christianity. Why they go so hard against Christianity is because the Christianity preaches we're all sinners. Don't you be thinking that you're all high and mighty. He who has not sinned cast the first stone, so to speak. You know. Michael, I've always had people be pretty open with me because I've never spoken on others' business and I don't come off as judgmental, but will still tell you when you're wrong. Judgmental. Okay, let's do judgmental. Means overly quick to form a negative opinions or criticize others. Okay, yeah. So judgmental, not judgment. So back to what Michael was saying here. Like that would be judgmental. You know? It describes an attitude where someone evaluates people based on personal, often harsh or moralistic standards rather than being open-minded or objective. So you should use judgment, but not be judgmental. Does that make sense? Let me get Grok out. Let me get Grok out. We gotta go to an objective standard here. So I could be wrong here. I could actually be wrong here. You should use judgment, but not be judgmental. Mental. Did I spell that wrong? Ain't no way I spelled that wrong. Oh, there's no E. Okay. So let's see what the magical grok says. All right. Oof. Grok's thinking a lot about this one. Exploring the distinction between judgment and judgmentalism. Holy shit. Definitely get my money's worth with Super Grok. You know, he's spending almost a minute on this shit. Also, panel is open, but like I said, chat day, I've actually done a full 6-hour Wheel of Madness without a single panelist. You know what I mean? $18 to spin and change the topic, or $9 on Ko-Fi to spin. 100%. Oh, apparently I'm wise and nuanced, right? That's a wise and nuanced principle. It captures a distinction that's easy to blur but essential for clear thinking, healthy relationships, effective leadership, and even good AI design. At its core, it calls for discernment, using evidence, reason, and experience to evaluate situations, ideas, or actions, while rejecting condemnation or personal devaluation of people. So yeah, like you shouldn't you should use judgment but not condemnation. But I also like the fact that you should use judgment but you shouldn't be judgmental. Yeah, clarifying distinction. Judgment, or judgment without the E in British spelling, refers to the cognitive skill of forming reasoned conclusions. It means laws of logic. You're being logical, right? Weighing evidence, assessing risks and consequences, making decisions, evaluating quality or truth. This is neutral or positive. We need it constantly. Doctors diagnosing illnesses, engineers choosing materials, parents teaching safety, voters assessing policies, or scientists testing hypotheses. Without judgment, we couldn't navigate life or improve anything. Being judgmental, by contrast, describes a disposition or habit forming harsh, often hasty, moralistic, or biased conclusions about people rather than their actions or ideas. It frequently includes assumptions of bad character or intent, emotional reactivity, a sense of superiority, stereotyping, or othering. The al suffix shifts it from a neutral process to a critical stance. One can exercise excellent judgment while remaining non-judgmental. Conversely, someone can be highly judgmental with poor judgment, reacting emotionally without facts. Historical, philosophical, and practical context. These idea echoes across traditions. Religious texts distinguish between hypocritical condemnation, judge not that ye be not judged, and the call for right judgment based on evidence and fairness. Philosophy, Aristotle's Phronesis. Practical wisdom is about sound judgment in context. Stoicism encourages judging what is up to us versus what isn't, while treating people with respect. Psychology, Carl Rogers' person-centered approach pairs unconditional positive regard, accepting the person, with accurate empathy and honest feedback. Modern therapy often trains clinicians to use professional judgment without shaming clients. Popular wisdom, the widely shared and sometimes misattributed line, "Be curious, not judgmental," linked to Walt Whitman, points in the same direction. Replace snap moral verdicts with inquiry. In professional settings, good judges, teachers, coaches, and managers exemplify this. They evaluate performance or evidence rigorously, but focus on the behavior or output, not the person's inherent worth. Why this matters, implications and benefits. Practicing judgment without judgmentalism produces better outcomes. Constructive feedback and growth, that's what we're talking about. People are far more open to correction when it targets actions or ideas. This approach has a flaw because, rather than identity, you're careless. reduced polarization in debates or online discourse, evaluating arguments on merits with evidence rather than attacking character, lowers defensiveness and enables dialogue. Better decisions, you get objective analysis, free-form personal animus or tribal signaling. A free from personal animus or tribal signaling leads to wiser choices. Emotional judginess often distorts perception through the biases like fundamental attribution error, blaming others' character for what we'd attribute to circumstance in ourselves. Emotional and relational health, chronic judgmentalism correlates with higher stress, poor relationships, and projection of one's own insecurities. Non-judgmental discernment fosters humility and connection. Societal level, institutions, courts, science, and education function best when they prioritize evidence-based evaluation over moral grandstanding or cancellation. In an age of social media outrage and performative morality, the distinction is especially valuable. Outrage often rewards being judgmental. Progress requires judgment. And we have the nuances, edge cases, and challenges. The line isn't always sharp, and applying the principle involves trade-offs. Safety and boundaries require judgment. Recognizing patterns of harm, abuse, manipulation, dangerous ideologies demands clear evaluation. Setting limits or refusing to enable harm isn't being judgmental, it's protective discernment. The key is responding to the behavior with appropriate firmness or consequences without unnecessary cruelty or dehumanization. Then we have cultural variation. Direct feedback about actions may be welcomed as honest in some cultures, but experienced as rude or face-threatening in others. Context and relationship matter. Self-application. We can and should use judgment on our own actions for growth while practicing self-compassion to avoid harsh self-judgment that leads to shame and paralysis. Research on self-compassion shows kinder self-evaluation often produces better long-term change. When non-judgmental becomes a problem, extreme relativism or refusal to name clear wrongs, e.g., who am I to judge, can enable harm or prevent accountability. The principle isn't never evaluate, it's evaluate fairly and focus on what can be changed. Perception gap. One person's necessary judgment is another's judgmentalism. Awareness of one's own biases helps. Mindfulness or pausing to ask, what evidence do I actually have and am I reacting to the person or pattern, reduces errors. Then you have the irony traps. Claiming I'm not judgmental can itself become a superior stance used to dismiss others. And like you see this all the time where it's like, oh, I'm unbiased or I'm a centrist and all this kind of shit. I'm non-partisan. Lead with curiosity when possible. Help me understand your reasoning here before concluding. I skipped the first one. Practical ways to apply. Separate the deed from the doer. The claim lacks supporting evidence versus you're spreading misinformation because you're a bad person. Holy golly. Brock is on point. Lead with curiosity when possible. Help me understand your reasoning here before concluding. Use precise language. Focus on observable actions. And like this is another thing as well. Like especially for the debate. Like, and this is why I kind of like I fight. I push back on the likes of Mo and Abe when they done the whole empathy's a psyop or empathy's not real and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, you want to get into the mind of your opponent. So you're going to be like asking questions and saying, okay, why do you have this? Why do you believe in this? Why does it have to be this solution and not like another solution and all this kind of stuff, you know? And oftentimes you kind of like, you get to the point where it's like, okay, they have like, there is no like roots to this. This is like basically a slogan, you know? You'll find this oftentimes when it's like, let's say like, you know, those videos where they're on campus and stuff, and let's say they're talking about like abortion, and it's like, oh, my body, my choice. And it's like, yeah, but like, why do you believe in that? You know, like, what is your like grounding to that? You know? And oftentimes you'll discover, okay, there's actually no grounding there. And that's when you have to hit them with your position where you're going to say, like, listen, like, I believe that, like, you know, conception, life starts at conception. And given that belief, then abortion is murder. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, where's the line? You know? Use precise language. Focus on observable actions, specific evidence, or likely consequences rather than global character labels. Exactly. And that goes to what Madcow was saying in terms of like, you're a Trump supporter. And then there's a lot of like negative judgmentalism that takes place. Check biases. Ask what you might be missing or how context might change the picture. Through that. And in disagreement, steelman the other side's best argument before critiquing it. And that's another good principle to use, where it's like they say something and you're not really clear on it, and just basically kind of like repeat back what you think they're saying in the best possible way. And if they are saying what you just said, then you line up and say, this is why it's wrong, you know? How this relates to AI and truth seeking. As Grok, built by XAI, this principle is central to my design. My goal is to pursue truth rigorously using the best available evidence, logic, and reasoning, sound judgment, while remaining helpful, transparent about uncertainties, and free from moral lecturing or ideological enforcement. When I must decline a request, for example, anything involving harm, I explain the boundary based on clear principles rather than personal disapproval. When correcting inaccuracies, I aim to do so with evidence and clarity, inviting clarification rather than implying deficiency in the user. Principle protects against two failures: sloppy thinking, which is poor judgment, and unnecessary alienation or grandstanding, being judgmental. It supports intellectual humility alongside intellectual rigor. In short, good judgment is a tool for navigating reality effectively. Being judgmental is often a shortcut that feels satisfying but usually distorts understanding or damages connection. Mastering the difference is a lifelong skill that improves decisions, relationships, and discourse. If this principle comes from a specific context, experience, or challenge you're facing, feel free to share more. I'll be happy to explore further with you. What can I say? Getting our money's worth for the grok, you know. So hopefully, like I said, that clarifies it more, Mako. Have many conversations with my mate. He came over to me after an agreement with his girl, or disagreement. I sent him back to apologize to her after breaking down what happened. Yeah, true that. There's a lot of times like that's come up to me as well. Especially it's like with the boys, with this whole red pill and all this kind of shit, where it's like trash on women and all this kind of stuff. And you have to be the guy that's like, you know, you have to be willing to be labeled a feminist and all this kind of shit when you're doing this. We're like, bro, you just fucked that up completely. The fuck are you doing that for? Get over there and fucking apologize to her. She's a good woman. You know? Definition wise, you right, but who does or says things nowadays using definitions? Definitions are important, man. Definitions are important. Because like people literally start using words, like they're using words and they don't even know the meaning, you know? And I've had this like a couple of times in debate where it's like I've kind of pointed out, it's like that's not what this word means. And then once I kind of like we go through the definition, they're like, oh yeah, no, like that actually does make sense. And they actually concede the debate, you know? Mad Cow, that's a good friend. A lot of people like to leave out all they did when in an argument and not to get upset when you're right. That's a good friend. A lot of people like to leave out all they did when in an argument and to not get upset with you for being truthful. 100%. 100%. I thought you were about to call me judgmental for a second. It is what it is. It is what it is. I plead the fifth, Shantae. I plead the fifth. Okay? Makes sense. I'm definitely judgmental. Not saying I'm right. Yeah, but like that's the key thing. Because like a lot, like even I was kind of saying, like, are they the same word? Like, let's go to rock here, because, you know. But judgmental versus judgment, you know. You should aim towards sound judgment or sound reasoning and not be judgmental. You know? Even Grok not sure? No, was pretty decisive. It's pretty decisive. See, we got rid of small talk and went deep with judgment and judgmental. Much more interesting, methinks. 100%. 100%. Southern, I'm sure everyone has moments of being judgmental, especially on the internet. Oh, we all are. We all are. You know? That's a gay definition of judgmental. We got a Southern man asking the key questions.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You know what I'm saying? He's just asking questions. Just asking questions, folks. You know what I mean? Welcome in, welcome in. No, my friend would try leave things out, like what he said, what she said, but I'm not stupid. I fill in the dots when things don't make sense and end up getting the truth eventually. Yeah, 100%. That's why, again, we do the deductions files. It's like that interrogation is very similar to like you just like having that conversation with your friend, Mad Cow, you know? It's like, nah, bro, this ain't adding up. This story ain't adding up. The logistics ain't mattering, ain't matching. Because you told me that like she said this in the kitchen, and then all of a sudden the story skips forward and you're in the bedroom. What happened in between? Let's fill in this blank. You know what I mean? Easy to fix abortion, just don't have smack or sex. But like that's the thing. Like my body, my choice. And you kind of sit down to me and kind of say, okay, well, basically like this is just a slogan that you've ingrained in your head. But it's your body, your choice, but you're choosing to have sex. Right? That'd be the key thing. Once you kind of understand, when I was talking about the whole thing where there's not really any roots back to this ideology, you know, we're backing up this stance, you know, say, okay, it is your body, your choice. I can grant you that, but this choice to have sex, that is a choice as well, correct? So why are you not, why is that not a choice all of a sudden? You know what I mean? You're saying that you have the choice to get the abortion, but why are you saying that you don't have a choice to have sex? You know what I mean? And choices have consequences. You know what I mean? An abortion is trying to abortion is literally trying to remove that consequence of that choice. You know? And don't forget to follow me on X. You know what I'm saying? We got the bots working. I'm actually quite chuffed with myself about the bots working, you know what I mean? It sure did, Tarak. And mama. Yes, on debates, but on the street people aren't. People ain't. Like that's another thing as well. But I think like when you're on the street, you're getting kind of like a more like raw dialogue, which can be good in some ways, can be bad in others, you know? But I mean, some of those, like the dude, I forget his name. I think Easy's brought him up a couple of times. But the dude that does like he goes out on the streets and he has his like abortion sign. Like there's like some really good videos where he actually like breaks ground with the people. You know what I mean? And they genuinely, you can see like the reflection in their face. They're like, I've actually never thought about it that way. That's a really good point. You know? This prompt is my life, says Rex. Welcome in, Rex. Pull up a chair. Get comfy, you know? Also, get your ass on pound, boy. But also, salutes. Welcome in, you know? Evening. Subscribe. Also, yeah, make sure you subscribe to Rex. He puts out good stuff. He was actually sent me on one of his recent podcasts about our boy Hitler. You know what I mean? Hitler hated Christ. I will be looking into that after the stream as well, Rex. A coffee. He's at a coffee shop. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know. Because I want to get to like the key thing behind it, because this goes off topic a lot, but trying to give you a concise thing of what I mean, Rex, is I'm not trying to glorify the Nazis or Hitler or anything like that, but I want us to have an accurate picture of it. You know what I mean? And when you look at the average person, they view it as Hitler evil, allies good people. It's good versus evil, which is an incorrect way to look at this. You know, I mean, just look at the fire bombings that the British done. You know, but then you eventually get down to kind of like the deeper level, and you kind of basically have to have this unpleasant conversation where it's like, bro, we need this myth, otherwise, you know what I mean? We're gonna have disharmony, you know. But then you get down to like the moral trolley, the trolley problem question, where it's like, should you sentence an innocent man, right? Because if you don't, there's like 1,000 people that are going to die from the civil unrest that comes from it. You think of like Derek Chauvin, you know? Like, many people would argue he's an innocent man. But they put him in jail because they didn't want riots on the street. And that's a moral dilemma, so to speak. Because are you willing to risk 1,000 people losing their life? You know? I would say yes. But that's just me. You should AI that pic to be dressed as Captain Morgan and play Paris music behind it when that meme pops up. That fucking pose was classic. Oh man, that's why I said, bro, the Deductionist Files, like from last week alone, I'm like, okay, right, this is definitely a permanent show. Because my God, man, like that one pose, like this one moment, it's like, yeah, we're definitely doing Deductionist Files. We're keeping that as a show, you know. Okay, that excuse will work this time. Yeah, this time. And then you see like Rex is there. He's not actually in a coffee shop. He's like, excellent, you know. So I'm feeling Rex is going to be at a coffee shop a lot, you know. Just pull out, damn. No, but then there's still like STIs, you know. And then like you have the whole like practice what you preach. Don't get me wrong, it's difficult to say no. I understand that. Okay? I'm not trying to like act all high and mighty here and all this kind of stuff. But if the philosophy is your body, your choice, why is choosing not to have sex? Why is that not a choice, apparently? You know? I'm just saying. Oops, Shantae, wrong accent. I'm no Southern man. Midwestern here. It is what it is. Shantae doing the Dave Chappelle sketch to Southern man's like, hey, Southern man.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
There's a lot of choices. We have, you know what I mean? You've got the power of the choice, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to you. People used to have sex because they loved each other. Love making, it was once called. Now people are just doing it left, right, and center. Well, that's what I was saying, man. In terms of like that corruption of the act, it's completely been default now, where it's just base level like pleasure. That's all it is, like casual sex. You know, and there's even this phenomenon now where it's like the whole like open relationship, where it's like the woman or man, depending on thing, but typically like a woman would like have her nice boyfriend. He's the boyfriend, and then she has like the dude that like she has sex with. And it's like you're literally like splitting your soul. You're splitting your mind, where it's like you're becoming two different people. It's the same thing with the lies that we tell ourselves. You know what I mean? Teriak, you have the pull you can invite him to a debate. Plus, our civilization ethics are way better than Hitler's, regardless of our wartime tactics. No, I just want to understand his position. It's like when, and again, this is my false assumption or whatever. It's like I thought when you linked me that, it's like, okay, right, we're going to get into like the Hitler quotes. This is what Hitler said, but then this is what he done. He was saying he was all Christian, because there's tons of like quotes of Hitler saying that like he's a Christian man, all this kind of stuff, and he uses like that imagery and all this kind of stuff. But then in terms of the action, you know what I mean? But I'd want specifically like, here's him like saying this quote, and then here's him directly contradicting this quote with his actions. And like I said, in terms of the like simply just by saying like, oh, like 6 million Jews, like that's not a response. Because in turn, like we can talk about like the Japanese camps in America, and how if you're trying to do, like, we could use a modern day example. If we rounded up all the immigrants and we start deporting them, and we're putting them in these ICE detention centers, right? Let's use England as an example. England starts like creating all these ICE detention centers to round up all these immigrants and these illegals, and then all of a sudden, you know, France goes to war with Germany. You know what I mean? You're hardly going to expect like the best treatment of the or those camps to even be a top priority if you're in the middle of war. You know what I mean? And also Rex, I was joking, Rex. I was joking. Rex has sent me official proof that he actually is indeed in a coffee shop, okay? Okay? The man is truthful, you know? I don't even notice if it's wrong most of the time. What was that? Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, the whole like Southern Man versus Rex got the confuzzled. Rex and Blue is who I typically get confused with because of the profile picture. You know? I'm assuming the West Virginia accent comes into play with the spelling. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I agree, just pull it out. People getting greedy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Put the chubs away.
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
Put the chubs away, gentlemen. Put the chubs away. Unbelievable. I was surprised to see Tor's anus on VK. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like they're coming at us from every angle. You know? Every angle. And this is where it's like you got to keep your wits about you, because they'll say all sorts of shit just to try and get into your good graces, and then they'll play into this whole caricature. I can't pronounce that word. Caricature of what they think like a right winger is. A racist. Fuck, that dude even has rapist on his ex thing. Like that whole branding and Nazi, all this kind of shit. And it's like, nah. Me think the lady doth protest too much, and I mean the lady is Thoranus. He's clearly a lady, you know. I blame the men. What about the men though? What about the men? But the woman could say no. The women's are the gatekeepers to the sex. You know what I mean? It is what it is. What about casual sex with your own wife? Not always lovemaking. Sometimes you just want to. But it's still within the confines of the marriage. There's still that mentality where it's like, we're building a family here. We're building a stronger relationship here. Casual sex is like multiple different partners. Like that there's no emotion or meaning to it. That's what the whole casual aspect to it is. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even say that you're having casual sex with your wife. Like that's an intimate, like emotional bond that you're having with her. You know what I mean? One sec. Fuck. Well, I was about to go on a grift break. Oh shit. Oh shit, boys. 1 second. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome in everybody from Project VO Pod. Thank yous all for coming. And shout out to Jake. Thank you very kindly for the raid. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy, you know. I'm on the debate. Let's get it. Was Hitler a Christian? Make my day. Oh, shit. He's doing the, what's it called? Make my day, punk. Clint Eastwood. No, like genuinely, like I want to see like I'll be watching the other podcasts on this kind of stuff, be making me notes, all this kind of stuff. Was Hitler a Christian? Is Nala Ray a Christian? You know, just because you call yourself a Christian don't make you a Christian. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, you know. That's such a funny clip. Oh, it's one of the best. Got it. Shout out to our boy Trump, you know what I mean? And welcome in again. Appreciate you, Jake. Let me bring up a guest backstage.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Buff, welcome to the show.
Caricature,
yeah.
what are you doing?
Doing a little bit of Wheel of Madness.
Like, oh, I gotta get in on this.
So the current prompt is: should we ban all small talk and force everyone into deep existential conversations only?
Oh, I say no. Small talk makes the world go around, man. Nobody wants to sit around and have long, drawn-out conversations, especially people you don't want to talk to. I'm not going to get stuck in a deep essential conversation with you. It's just like, hey, how's the weather? Yeah, good. I need to go over here now. Yeah, no. Yeah, small talk is fine, man. Get away from people you don't want to talk to.
Yeah, but doesn't small talk enable you talking to people that you don't want to or shouldn't be talking to?
Well, it's like that accidental bump you get with that person that you don't want to talk to. You can't avoid them. It's like, hey, Jim. And they just want to talk. They want to talk. You don't want to say anything to them. You don't like this person. You don't want to. I don't feel like talking to you right now, so I shouldn't be forced to get into a deep, essential conversation with you. No, just a quick, hey, hello, how you doing? Yeah, cool weather. Bye.
Yeah, but like you could just not talk to them.
So they approach you, you just look at them and turn around, walk the other way. I've done that to people, but
isn't it more honest though?
Well, yeah, I'll give you that. I'm just telling them to fuck off, Limey.
Yeah, what's wrong with telling someone to fuck off?
No, absolutely nothing.
See what I'm saying? You know, like what we were getting at, Buff, was like the whole kind of like small talk aspect. It's gotten to a point now where it's like people are unwilling to even have deep conversations. You know, especially like the likes of politics, but even in terms of like what we're seeing with the whole culture war thing of like feminism and red pill and all this kind of shit. It seems like people have kind of gotten themselves into friendships or relationships where it's just purely built off small talk, and like those aren't strong foundations.
Fair enough. What was the abortion thing?
The abortion thing has got to do with just kind of like general kind of like the debate things, and what we're talking about, like being judgmental versus using judgment. So it's like you should use judgment, but you shouldn't be judgmental. And a typical thing in terms of like with like debate and all this kind of stuff, like we'd rush to being like judgmental, saying, "Oh, they have this position, they're a bad person," you know, and I'm being judgmental on that, rather than using judgment, which would be, okay, why do you hold? Like to be willing to kind of engage in and kind of dig deeper into it. So like typically what you find with a lot of these kind of like videos, like when they actually get questioned on it, like, okay, like why would you, why are you like pro-abortion? It's like, oh, my body, my choice. It's like, okay, well, why do you believe in that? Like, why do you believe my body, my choice? And they don't have any justification for it. They've just, they just take that as a dogma or as a slogan that they just say, this is true, it's unquestioned, never reflected on, all this kind of stuff. Because fundamentally, when you look at like my body, my choice, like I can even agree with that, that it's your body, it's your choice. But well before you even have the abortion, you had the choice to not have sex, but you didn't exercise that choice.
What if it was against their will?
Even if we were to grant, was it like rape and incest, that still would not even account for 1% of all the abortions.
Yeah, okay. I still can't get a gauge on your stance. I'm pro-abortion. I'm not saying it's like the greatest choice that abortion for everybody. But like that debate goes into the whole when does life begin? Begins at conception, 6 weeks, all that. Shit happens. Now, I do stand on the you detect a heartbeat. That's a little too late. Like these nut jobs and these damn Democrats in Virginia were trying to get it, have the baby be born, make the baby comfortable, and then the mom makes a decision. That's murder. That's no longer an abortion. That's as late term as you can get. 6 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe. I've been through it myself. It was a strange circumstance. Ex still banging around my ex-wife. She was with a guy and da 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 da. We messed around one time and we didn't find out till about, I think it was about 2 weeks later. She called me and was like, I need you to take me to the clinic. And they found out she was pregnant. They were able to pinpoint the day of conception. It was like, oh, we did that day. And the boyfriend thought it was his. And there was going to be a lot of problems that came with that baby being born. And me and her were trying to make a decision of what to do, but he thought it was his, so he made the decision and she went with it. I kind of wanted the kid to be born, to go ahead and break the news to him. There's just like a lot of drama would have come out of it, a lot. And it seemed like the easiest, cleanest thing to do was abortion. Now, not to call it convenient, but it was still troubling. Like me and her still talk about that to this day because we kind of wanted the kid to happen, but there was this guy. There was another factor involved, a lot of factors involved. I'm not saying that's an excuse for it, though. Don't get me wrong on that.
I get that, but in terms of like I couldn't make the argument that basically prevented you from actually getting back with that woman. That if it had been all out in the open and all this kind of stuff, right? That like the dude realized that she went back to you and all this kind of stuff, that by enabling the abortion, that actually prevented you from actually getting back with that woman.
Yeah, it was probably never going to happen anyway. We were just fucking. But I don't know. It's like it'll always be one of those things like, what if? I'd have the kid would have been about 12 now. It was there's always going to be that, what if? What would a mini me look like? We'll just never know. That's just what do you say? A burden you just got to carry because of a silly decision.
But do you think that that's a good thing?
I don't really see it as a good thing. I don't. I only see where like the positive is avoiding unnecessary drama. But in the broader aspect of, not having the what could have been, that's not a good thing. This is, something I think about a lot.
Yeah. So like in terms of like the long run, like I would say that like it's unnecessary that you like that you think about that a lot, you know? And like don't get me wrong, it's not being judgmental or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Because like we all have shit that we regret and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But like that's why I'd be like anti-abortion in the sense of like obviously like there's like exceptions to the rule where it's like mother's life is at risk and all this kind of stuff. But this whole kind of like elective abortion, I think it does in especially when you measure it on the long run, it's clearly a negative on society. You know what I mean? And like from that aspect, if even if you are coming from the perspective of well, it's my body, my choice, like you have choices like well before it gets to that stage, and even from the whole aspect of like my body, my choice. Well, that slogan got fucked out the window when we had the whole COVID-19 thing.
Oh,
All of a sudden it wasn't your body, your choice. You know what I mean?
that one, a lot of those women I encounter that are the scream the my body, my choice, they're just fucking whores. And it's like they have reckless sex. It's just like I do know a few that think abortion is a get out of jail free card. And I was like, no, that's a horrible mindset. That no.
But are we like as a society, are we not enabling like this is why I often wonder, like with all these kind of like abortion, sexual liberation, forcing or strongly pushing women into third level education, which like college and university, like they're going to be taking on tremendous amounts of debt and all this kind of stuff. Are we not just promoting pimp culture in society?
I can see that mindset. Yeah. There what is this? What we got around here? This Planned Parenthood stuff. Good God. It's like either for it or against it. Probably more it's easy to say more education needs to be available. But I think just the right amount is. And where does education really start? It starts with the parents. I mean, hell, I was a mistake. And I learned later in life my dad wanted to abort me. But my mom told him, go fuck yourself and had me. And I'm like, I'm glad she made that decision. Fucking life sucks, but I love the ride. I think I don't want to call it a slippery slope, but it's definitely a fucking unstable seesaw. There are some justifiable reasons, but like you said, the justifiables of like rape and incest are definitely outnumbered by the ones that just say, "Oh, let's get rid of this."
Yeah, it's like 99.9% of like all abortions are like elective.
Who said in the chat there, Bingo Hicks, oh no, some inconveniences, let's just murder a child. That wasn't our mindset. I don't know if that was directed at me, but it kind of felt like that. But I don't know, it just played out that way.
But it is like because like you're kind of saying like there are girls who kind of look at it as just like the another form of like birth control, or you said like get out of jail free card and all this kind of shit. And like from that mentality, if you keep enabling a behavior you'd be insane to expect a different outcome. You keep doing the same thing, it's like definition of insanity kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like taking like a hardline stance of no, we need to ban abortion. Like and what would be the best way to put this? Like I understand there are people that like have had an abortion and they're kind of like in that boat of, well, I had an abortion, therefore it would be hypocritical for me to now ban it and all this kind of stuff, which I don't look at it from that perspective. You know what I mean? Because I think like if you're constantly thinking back to it and all this kind of stuff, like that's your mind telling you that like that was a wrong action. It's not that you need to go to prison for it or anything like that, but it is kind of one of those things where it's like going along with it just because you don't want to be a hypocrite. Like think of like the heroin addict, or the former heroin addict. It would still be a noble thing to say we should ban heroin, despite the fact that if you've taken heroin in your past. You know what I mean?
Funny story. That kind of falls in with that. This last chick I dated was, she was, before I met her, she's pregnant, gave birth to a kid. I think the kid lived for what she says, like 6 hours, and died. Apparently was born some form of stillborn, and she blames her, or the baby daddy, claiming that he was microdosing her with heroin. I'm like, how the hell do you let somebody microdose you with heroin? And I couldn't buy into that story, but that's what she swears up and down. Now, she did take, of course, she took the baby to term, delivered, but she never thought about an abortion, even though she was warned that it's possible the baby could be born that way, stillborn. If not, if the baby survived, would have a lot of complications in life. And she chose to go ahead and have the baby. And I commended her for that, to give the baby a chance and just see what would happen. And I give her credit for that. But she also has sex recklessly. So she kind of falls off of my meter of what I said. If you looking at it as get out of jail free card, there are some that exist that will put up with the consequences of their actions.
But like looking at like if it was the case that like 99.9% of abortions that are happening are elective, right? Or they give like a financial reason, or they give like basically like
Yeah.
if I was to exclude all abortion except for, I'd even like give you the rape, incest, and life of the mother, right? Would you be in favor of banning all the other abortions except for those three categories?
Some people I meet, good God. Let me put it this way. People I've met while I was working, doing law enforcement shit, fucking parents will show up, like, pick up some kid, and he's a complete fucking spoiled little brat rotten asshole. It's like you were caught red-handed. Parents show up, they're the same way. It was like, oh, this is where you get it from. You should have been aborted. Because you're going to be nothing but a plague on this society and just a fucking rotten piece of shit for the rest of your life in and out of jail. There's no helping you, because this is where you got it from. These reckless parents. And then you got 7 fucking brothers and sisters who are all fucking pieces of shit too. 2 of them show up with the parents to come get you, and they're the same goddamn way trying to fight us and shit. But and of course they're leeches of the system. I might be going into a whole nother topic, but that's where I'm pro-abortion. It's just like, fuck you. You should not have these kids, but you're just fucking 7 kids, 6 different baby daddies. You're just recklessly doing this because you heard you can get tax benefits for this shit. Every kid has a fucking tax benefit for you. and you're not bothered raising them, right? You're just waiting on that check to come in, and you're driving around in a fucking used Mercedes SUV with no insurance. And it's like, fuck you. I'm pro-abortion at that point. But is it also a positive that that motherfucker had the kids, or is it a negative because they're using the kids for the system? I don't know.
Well, like given that like abortion would be legal, and even like with the but like birth control and all the kind of stuff that we have, like the reason that you stated there was they're just using it as like a paycheck. At the end of the day, they're just basically trying to use the kids as a paycheck and all this kind of stuff. So it's like the fact that there is abortion, or if there is an abortion, they would still be having the kids just to try and exploit the system, anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
They
that to
say
me would
the
be kind of, we need to get rid of the incentives for women to be able to do that. No?
oh yeah. Well, they say the or at least monitor it. They say the best form of birth control is what, abstinence, however you say that word. See, your word is caricature. Mine is absent. Ugh. I want to say absinthe, but it's not abstinence. Yeah, that one. Like condoms break, birth control fails. You can only be as safe as you can be. Yeah, true. Pull-out game. I thought my pull-out game was strong, and then that happened, and fucking you weren't quick enough, Junior. And it was like, what do you do at that point? It's just not have sex, or I don't know.
Well, it's not that to not have sex, because like that is the kind of the opposite spectrum, at the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's like, sex is almost seen as a bad thing, and even in marriage, you know what I mean, you shouldn't be having too much sex and all this kind of shit. But like for me, like I don't think, and this happens a lot with men, where it's like they like it's like a prestige thing, or it's like you're less of a man if you're still like 25 and still a virgin, all this kind of stuff. Like that's a whole kind of like cultural thing, or just kind of like it's almost like
Yeah.
you're shamed into like having sex, or having like the casual sex aspect. But I think clearly it would be better if people were going down the lines of kind of like being more for lack of a better word, like serious, or kind of more, they done more vetting in terms of like who they actually getting into a relationship with, who they actually having sex with.
Yeah.
Because like you kind of mentioned there, it's like we're going from like one aspect of casual sex, will literally bang anybody, and then we can always just have an abortion, all this kind of stuff, just to enable that behavior, versus the type of woman that literally wants to have babies with 6 different guys, so then she can put all 6 of them on the child benefits thing. You know what I mean? And I think it's definitely a mentality where reverence for marriage would seem like a cure to that whole situation. Because while women are the gatekeepers to sex, men being the gatekeepers to marriage, seems like a balanced approach to the problem that we're having. Because like think about it, like
I
as
guess
a
I
guy,
can't argue with that. Like, women are the gatekeepers of sex. I mean, yeah, I can't argue with that.
because like as a guy, like has there been any benefits to you having sex, or before sex versus after sex?
What do you mean?
Like what was your life like so much better after you had sex than before you had sex?
Well, that's an interesting one. So life's better before sex or after sex? You know what? To look at it in look at it in a how do you say, offset logical kind of stance, I think my life was worth after having sex, because it's like, ooh, I enjoyed that. I want more. And if the woman's going to be the gatekeeper, I got to find one that's going to let me do the deed. That's hard. It's easy for a chick to get laid. It's difficult for a man, Um, they are the gatekeepers. Now I'm chasing this high. Sure, I could go to a metaphorical store and buy it, but do you want that? Sometimes that chase can be thrilling, but it can be annoying, and you work one down, and finally she's like, "Let's go," and it's like, "Ooh, it's that high again." But to never had it, it's like you don't know what that high is, so you don't miss anything because there's nothing to miss. There's no feeling to chase. Like it's better before.
Yeah. So like from that aspect, like this whole thing of like the casual sex and all this kind of stuff. Like I said, the whole kind of the shame culture around like men where it's like, oh, you're still a virgin and all this kind of shit. Like, we had the movie like 40-Year-Old Virgin, all this kind of thing. It's like it doesn't really seem like that there's that much of a benefit like to having sex. You know what I mean? Momentary pleasure, but so is eating a donut. But in the long run, you get diabetes, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to. And there's that thing too. The societal assholes that'll tease somebody. Yeah, that's whatever, 40, 30s, whatever, hadn't had sex yet. I commend those guys. Um, Hell, girls too. I commend you. It's like whether you're waiting on the right person or you just don't know what the big deal is. Uh, I appreciate people a lot more that they're waiting for that marriage. That's good. You're saving yourself. Good, good. It gives you better chances, better outcome. As long as you find that right one, and you don't run the risk of the disease, shit like that. You want to make sure this is where we're going. This is what you want. To get divorced 9 years later and she takes half your shit. But, that's another story. But I got no problem. When I meet virgins of that age, and it's like, hey, good on you, man. I got no reason to tease you. I mean, yeah, it's great that first time and shit. Sometimes it gets a little boring. It's like, fucking you well when you're married. And it's just like, I'm not in the mood. It sucks when she's ready to go. It's like I just want to chill, or vice versa. Then you got that roadblock. I was like, well, I really want to go. Yeah, I need my high. And like, she doesn't want to go, and vice versa. She really wants to go, but you, not right now. I'm hurt or something. Both of you are having that high, and it needs to be that fix. It needs to be dealt with. Need my fix. But if you never had it, you don't know what you're missing.
Precisely. So it's like in terms of like trying to fight back against like this whole like what they call sexual liberation, but as you're kind of pointing out, it's almost like you become an addict to it. The sexual oppression you could call it rather than sexual liberation. Would we not want to, as a society, want to push like more severe against getting rid of abortion, maybe even getting rid of birth control, promoting marriage, shaming, hookup culture, different things like that?
I'm trying to think of a society that, well, not have survived. Like sex is essential to continue the species, the human race. And I love how different cultures have different ways of going about it. Like, here in America, we're just whores. But you go into the different subsections like these Catholics, they just love spitting them out. The Amish, they're particular about it, but they put all their
Like,
kids to work.
let me put it this way. Like, do you think that we should shame women who like have their tits out, or that
For
use their
having their tits
sexuality?
out?
Yeah, like
No,
they're not
sex
showing
sells.
nipples or whatever, but they're showing cleavage. They're wearing like scantily clad clothes.
I don't. Okay, there's one right there. The ones that dress like whore. Let's just say the club rat. Dresses like that, goes to the club just to use her sexuality to get free drinks. You know, guys starts flirting with a guy, he's thinking she's interested, and by the end of the night gets a fake phone number, and she just brushes him off. Yo, fuck you, bitch. And then cries when she gets raped. Like, well, not saying that you deserved it, but you did present yourself in a certain manner. And it doesn't necessarily have to be you dressed like that. I mean, a demonic motherfucker that's going to commit an action like that is going to do it regardless of what you're wearing. But when you make it easily accessible, I got a problem with that. There is a mild form, a how do you say, a casual form to accentuate your sexuality and look sexy, be sexy. But when I can see half of your ass when you're wearing shorts and damn near all your tits except for your nipples, and you're just walking around the fucking library, I'm gonna shame you. I'm gonna shame the hell out of you. There's kids here. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because like we don't even need to do we don't even need to go into like that aspect of like think of the kids and all this kind of stuff. Because like if we were to try and make the argument for like if there was let's say there was a woman like on the panel now, right, and we were trying to convince her not to dress like a whore, right, what would be the argument that or what would be the best way of convincing her to not try to use her sexuality?
Probably just breaking down the reality of what could happen to her. It possibly explaining the existence of degenerates that will try something because they exist, and just like that, give them more to look at. They're gonna be looking at you more than old girl over here dressed like a nun. They're gonna be looking at you more. They're gonna want, boom, easy access. And plus, you make yourself look easy, so yeah, they're gonna come to you. They're gonna flock to you. Like guys falling in love with strippers, and it's just like, what? It's like they should just want your money.
Well, like I said, the counter to that was like, well, like these men are gonna rape me anyway. Like these degenerates exist anyway. But the way I'd come at it, and again, thank you very kindly, Daniel, for the $16. We still need another $2 to spin the wheel. But the way that I would come at this would be purely from the aspect of if you walk into the forest, right, and you don't like flies and all this kind of shit, the last thing you would do is like just cover yourself in honey and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? The same kind of like rationalization there that we were talking about, like a dude who gets 25 and he still hasn't slept with a chick. That's actually a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. Like a lot of men or boy culture and all this kind of shit have it inverted. The virgin and the guys that's able to keep his virginity, that's actually a strength, not a weakness. Right? So as a woman, would you want the guy that's strong or a guy that's weak? You'd say, I want the guy that's strong. I don't want the degenerate dude. I don't want the porn addict. I don't want all this kind of shit. Then why would you dress to try and attract a weak man versus try to dress to attract a strong man?
The ones that get me on that is like the ones that wear the revealing clothing, and get mad when, the guy's staring at her. Like, oh, why are you staring at you, pervert? You obviously dress like that because you want to be noticed, and then when you get noticed, you complain. Stop your games, witchy woman. What are you doing? I'm just feeling comfortable in myself. Okay, by showing off most of yourself, you wanted attention. You're getting it. Like the guy hasn't come over and said anything to you. He's just across the whatever, wherever we are, coffee shop, whatever. He's over there just taking a look. Oh, staring. It's different in the gym. The guys that stare in the gym, that fucking hell, I'll confront those guys. But I was at a coffee shop and guys checking out a chick. I wonder if I have a chance at it or not. You wanted that attention, so stop complaining. Shut up. He's not over here bothering you. He's over there staring at what you want him to see because you chose to dress that way. Good fuck.
Well, like that's the thing. Like I think women don't necessarily want like all the attention. Like I don't think that women want the attention from like the like the ugly motherfuckers, right?
Of course not.
They want the attention from that one particular dude, which is why I think they fall into that trap where they basically cover themselves in honey and then they get pissed off because now all of a sudden they're covered in fleas, And it's a key thing that, like I said, to make the argument to a woman, it's that whole kind of aspect of like you are what you attract. And if you're like getting your tits out on stream and doing all this kind of shit, you're essentially playing into like an audience that's just a bunch of like porn addicts, incels, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're showing me you have nothing of value to offer. You you think you're gonna catch the CEO investment stock trader, whatever, and you end up getting hit on by the guy that details cars down at Sally's car wash. Yeah, because that CEO investment stock trader, whatever, knows I can do better than you. I'm rich, bitch. I can do better than you. I want a woman that dresses with some class. I don't want you. You might be a side piece. Well, they think they're going to catch that white
100%.
whale.
And speaking of which, we got Shante over on the Ko-Fi helping out our boy Dan. Because again, just to point out, Dan, it was 18 that we needed, and then wait, we just get another one. Oh shit! And we got Ghost Rider as well coming in saying found this at the bottom of the laundry basket as well. So he says spin that motherfucking wheel. So we're gonna move on to the next topic, and just remind y'all, this is the new and improved Bollocksology wheel. Okay. And the way to look at it is like this is the easiest wheel, but it's a bunch of like fun and random topics rather than like serious topics. So if you want something more serious, maybe dating, religion, politics, or philosophy, and it's ranked in terms of difficulty, meaning Bollocksology and dating are the easiest, politics and philosophy are the most difficult wheels. Philosophy wheel is actually quite difficult if I do say so myself. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we spin that motherfucking wheel. Is the like button on social media slowly destroying real human connection? This one's a thinker.
Human connection. Well, first off, there's no human connection on the internet. They pushing a like. Wait, on which platform? Or are they? Oh, social media altogether. I said, wow. I'm gonna go no on that one. Wait, social media is not human connection. Maybe the. I'm trying to go a little fucking more far-fetched thought with this because if you look at it, the sense, I'm looking at a political sense that let's just say like just a video of I don't know what the protesters blocking the road because the cows are turned into food, and one person likes that video, the other person dislikes that video. Perhaps these people meet in real life. We interact with these people, and like how people will like to throw a video in your face in case that one topic might come up by chance by this person you meet randomly, let's say at a bar. Somehow get to talking about that. Well, let me show you this video, man. I'll show you what I'm talking about. And you see video, and of course they've liked it, and you look at it and like, well, I would dislike this. They're actually having human connection talking about this video. Now these two don't fuck with each other because they disagree on one topic. Maybe in that sense. Movie sense too. Because movie trailers are getting, well, Hollywood is fucking dead. But we got shit like
Well, like one way to
Supergirl.
look at this buff is that, like, for example, on X they have like the like, reshare options, and what you can do on X is you can just disable the comments. Right?
Yeah.
If you're able to just disable the comments, that means that you're basically forcing the only way to account for the feedback is based on the number of likes that it got, right? But the mere fact that we have a like button, it detracts away from you actually having to comment or give your reasons why you like that video, or to even comment on the thing saying, I really like this is awesome, or this is cool. You know what I mean?
Well, we're over the internet, so it's not a human connection. But to feed off what you just said there, I think I found a better example because my niece went through this. Yeah, what's it, Twitter, whatever, X, whatever the hell they call it now. I deleted that shit. How somebody in the comments, like let's say blue-haired nut job girl, whatever, is all crazy, feminist nut job, left wing, just nut job, and the association that's been going on with the blue, purple, whatever colored hair has now gotten a negative connotation. Which back in my day, I'm only 44, but back in my day, shit, we all colored our hair. It was just a sign of rebellion, or just some punk rock shit. Just fucking, I want to color my hair. That's it. There's no message. Now it's been associated with, especially blue hairs are associated with nut job leftisms. The person that comments in the comments is speaking positive about what's said in the video about, oh yeah, she showed them da 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 da. I was like, oh, so you like this, and it builds that association that from one of the other sides, like, oh, these blue-haired people are crazy with the nose rings. They're crazy.
Like what you're
I need
getting
to
at
stay away
with
from them.
Like a blue-haired chick would be a gay rights activist, and thankfully we have a gay rights activist backstage letting us his opinion.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Reexamination, welcome to the show.
Hello. Just wanted to get in my soapbox and say, get off my lawn a little bit here. Does anybody else notice the sudden switch? I'm sure we all have on YouTube from the thumbs up to like something to the heart to like something. Now, I don't care about stupid frivolous stuff usually. It just feels like you're softening things just to soften things. It just, as a guy especially, it's just kind of like, again, is it the end of the world? No. But, aesthetically, artistically, it does make a difference. My association with a thumbs up is more like emotionally neutral, but opinion positive, whereas a heart is just kind of like, oh, that's cute, and I don't want to like convey that's cute if I like something. I want to collect videos I like in a playlist or have that inform my algorithm, but I don't need to like make everything into Etsy or Pinterest. But that's my take on that. You've not
on YouTube?
So if you check your shorts, not your actual leggings that you're wearing, but check the YouTube shorts section, and you will see that it is no longer a thumbs up for the shorts, at least, that you like. It is a heart. Now, for the thumbs up, it's still true down below in the actual 16:9 video, but the 9:16, I think you got a different story altogether lately. Does anybody else notice that? I'm sure you have.
I noticed that.
You don't watch shorts, do you?
I'll check
YouTube-
some shorts.
YouTube's been making a lot of changes recently, and I don't like it. Like even with if you notice, like for example, when I highlight Shantae's comment here, right? Like it used to be a wrench, but now on YouTube it's a fucking shield.
Right.
Like why the fuck do they need to do? Like are they changing the icons on this kind of shit, man? It makes no sense.
I don't know.
Give me
I
back
guess
the
the shield
dislike
like,
counter.
yeah, the back dislike counter, the ratio, all that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta dig to find that shit now. I like to see if a video has this clickbait title, whatever, a title that catches your attention, and it's got 200,000 likes, but it's got 340 million dislikes. I'm not clicking on that video. I'm gonna move on and go on to the next video. Maybe I'll find something I can watch.
Yeah, they probably don't want like mobs going around and disproportionately clicking down videos that otherwise, wouldn't deserve it in terms of like say you have, for example, we remember when the movie The Red Pill came out in theaters and feminists went around and bought all the tickets to all the theaters so that nobody would watch the movie. Of course, there was a profit there, but the most important part, the message itself, didn't get out. And then so you could also, for example, I remember there was a story about a dentist who went on a safari hunt and he killed one of the most famous lions in a particular African safari. And so what people did is they found his dentist page on Yelp and just spammed it, clogged it with like the worst possible parodic bad reviews ever. And so he suffered because a bunch of people had an opinion and there was somebody who didn't deserve it. So I think the argument for that is let the algorithm do its work by the dislikes that people actually give, but don't front load people's impression with a dislike ratio that people would actually, it would fool people, and most people actually like it. It's just that ideological opponents to a certain video would want to shut that down for their own reasons, regardless of the quality of the content of the video. So I can see both sides of that one. How you doing, Teriak? You're in flames as usual. I think Teriak is broke. I'll be Teriak for a second.
Go for it.
Rex. It is what it is, Rex.
You gotta do the accent.
Know what I'm saying? The logos.
I can't do
the accent.
I can't do him.
Yeah. I just turned into like a black cop whenever I turn to Teriak. It's just weird. I can't even figure it out. I got to start with the bass line like, it is what it is. Know what I'm saying, Rex? Every time you talk, my brain shuts down. I just fall right asleep. Face down into a bucket of porridge. Whatever you guys eat these days.
But yeah.
Shantae's face is up here, but she's
okay,
not
first of all,
as far as I know.
Can a motherfucker not take a piss? Holy shit.
Oh, I'm
3
sorry.
hours.
I'm sorry.
3 hours.
Show is
2
it?
hours. I don't
You
get
know how
blaming
this
going for
works.
piss.
Oh, shit.
That's number one. Number two, just because I'm down with my homies, don't make me a black. What you talking about? I give respect for the blacks. You know what I'm saying? I plead the fifth, Rex. I plead the fifth.
Yeah,
okay.
Substitute teacher Captain Morgan.
And number three, it is what it is to ground you back to reality. Okay.
It's also one of your beloved, endearing catchphrases, as we all know.
Because I'm grounded to reality, baby.
Sure. All right. So, what is your take on my take, Mr. Host of the show, who can't even be bothered to tell his audience when he's off for a tinkle?
Pissy bastard.
Listen, I was letting the conversation. I didn't want to interrupt you. You were waxing poetic. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to interrupt you and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I get the whole kind of like the respect you're coming at, especially like the whole example you used with the whole Red Pill movie coming out, and they just like bought up the tickets so no one could see it. But in
Same thing
terms
with
of
the dentist.
yep, and in terms of the like, I think they should also get rid of like the like button as well. And like, what the reason why I'm coming at it from that angle is because
Hold up.
essentially the same way
Shantae's giving me
that-
crap. Sorry. What happened to the coffee shop excuse? What do you want? Like, what do you actually want? Like, make up your mind. Sorry, Teriak. You were
I like where you're
analyzing.
going with
Yeah.
this. Get rid of
Shan-
both of them. Yeah.
Shantae, this is Shantae's meme. It's always especially for Shantae. Well, now that we mentioned Shantae, this is actually a lot of people don't know this, but we actually have like footage of like Shantae's. She tried to become a voice actor, believe it or not, right, for Disney. You know, she's done a little voice acting. I want to know your thoughts.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you.
What do we think?
Bravo. Bravo. The Academy of Performing Arts, they have no idea what hit them. It's over. We just need to shut down Hollywood. Turn away all. She needs to play every role in every movie simultaneously. Do a bunch of green screen type stuff.
Oh shit! I think I'm in trouble. Guess what the fuck Jack Dart, Trash, and Halfwood was calling me?
Huh?
They said I sound like Sandy Cheeks.
I didn't.
I expect.
I didn't know she actually
I
had a
accept
voice.
no responsibility. Yeah, to be
I thought
honest,
you were-
Shantae,
I
I
thought you
thought it
was
was
a
a good
chat bot.
performance.
I thought she was a chat.
I
bot,
thought you
so.
exactly. I thought it was rigged. Okay, I would have given you the part. You know what I mean, purely because I would have went from the comedy angle and all this kind of stuff. But that's just me. That's just me. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would get rid of the
strong Texas accent. Yes.
Well,
Well,
also,
I'd
she
get
sounds
rid of
like
the
every
like
distorted
button as
voice
well.
Ween ever used. If you ever listen to Ween, they sometimes use voices just like that. I'm guessing that was her in every Ween album. Like mutilated lips.
See?
If you remember the Mollusk album, kind of sounds like what she was doing.
If me and Rex were the casting peoples, we would have given you the part, Shantae. We would have given you the part. But in terms of to get back to the prompt, I would get rid of the like button, because in terms of like the actual kind of like back and forth and like the discussion aspect, it would focus the conversation purely to the comments. You know what I mean? You'd actually have to read the comments in order to. And like, this is another thing as well, where like people would like instinct, and I know this happens. I'm not saying that this doesn't happen or whatever, but this whole thing like where people are already influenced to view the video based on the ratio, the like to dislike ratio. You know what I mean?
So, do we get rid of the, they have the button that you can like or comment and shit. Do we get rid of that one too?
Yeah, we just have comments.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I kind of like that.
Well, here's the thing. I would say, psychologically speaking, having just a like button with an actual counter does increase positivity. So let's say you have some guy who is, we'll just call it on the edge, to keep it PG. Having just a like button with a counter as opposed to a dislike button with a counter, overall socially, especially for people who are terminally online, there's an argument to be made for that. And terminally, is just used kind of accidentally, not to, no pun intended.
Because like fundamentally, right, a lot of people say that like social media isn't real life. But when we look at like the amount of change in culture that we've seen through the likes of, let's say, Andrew Wilson, Crowder's another big one, like all these kind of like people that are positively impacting the culture through the online media. That's where I'd kind of say it's like, just because you know, like you see a lot of like depraved shit and a lot of like, you know, toxic behavior online. To me, that kind of exposes their mentality rather than like it, like that's not real life kind of thing, you know?
I don't know. I think social media is absolutely real life in the sense that it exposes who people truly are because they're keyboard
Exactly.
warring. You can really see how a person acts online. It's like, oh, you wouldn't say that to my face, and they wouldn't.
No.
It's like I talk all this mad shit through this keyboard, but oh, hey, remember me, guy? Meet you in the coffee shop. Oh, man, I was just joking, man. That was a joke, man. Oh, you're not tough guy. You're a coward. It exposes a lot of people. The confrontation with Joey Greco. Sorry. Showing my age.
So would we say that social media is a positive in that sense?
I think social media is the fucking absolute vilest thing that's ever happened to this planet and the human species. That it should be eradicated and eliminated.
You heard it here
Just 'cause-
first. All the slaughterings, all the bombings. He would trade that all in to get rid of Facebook and X. This guy.
Yeah. Social media brings out the worst in people. Everybody has something to say and they feel they need to be heard. And social media has given them that platform, and all you can do is sit there and say, "Shut the fuck up," and just and the influence that happens from some of the vile shit that's out there. It's crazy. Imagine if James Jones had a Facebook account.
Imagine if James Jones
like-
run for president.
Oh god!
What the heck?
Like
You're talking about-
an
yeah.
example of of what you're talking about, Buff, is like with the Charlie Kirk assassination, right?
Yeah.
Without social media, you would have, like, first of all, you only would have just like heard about that, and like I think a key thing of like seeing like how graphic that was, although may have traumatized people, it showed people exactly, because another thing that we're seeing online from that was the people who were laughing, dancing, you know, like celebrating that and all this kind of shit. And without social media, those same people could like just pretend like, oh, like I feel so sorry about this or whatever, or they'd have one like or hand wave it and all this kind of shit. Whereas we actually see a visual representation of like their mental state in terms of seeing Charlie get assassinated.
I know
So
what you mean,
in
bro.
terms of
I see
that,
what you
while it is graphic and while it is you know, evil, for me, like I think it's better that we actually see these people for who they are. You know what I mean?
Well, I watched the footage and it did change me. It was kind of like my JFK moment. Like for people back in the 20th century, that was a huge thing for them to see the Zapruder film. And I saw the Zapruder film in college, but then, you know, most recently I just like, I don't think it was vain curiosity, because at the time I wanted to see the shot because it wasn't even confirmed definitively if he was alive or not. So I wanted to see myself, is it possible that he would survive that? And from what I saw, it's like it would have to be a miracle of God for him to have survived the shot that he got. But it was a very real thing. It was a very real shot.
Mm-hmm. Like I slowed it down because I seen the initial one and you couldn't really see it like up close. Then I went to the second video and I slowed it down. I really wish I hadn't, but it was kind of one of those things where it's like, because like the guys were still messaging chat saying, oh no, like there's still a chance on this kind of stuff, and I was like, bro, there ain't no fucking way he's surviving that. You know what I mean? But my whole thing is that like why I'd want to keep social media is that it exposes these motherfuckers for who they actually are. Because I hate this whole kind of like, we had it with the first prompt of like the small talk or the, hey, how are you? Like trying to be a nice person, all this kind of shit. Like I want to get rid of that aspect because by essence, it's an illusion. Like these people will exist like to your face and it'll all just be an illusion. I'd rather expose like who they actually are so you know exactly where you stand. Like we know, like when they say, you know, they want you poor, they want you dead, like that is truth. Like these people genuinely would be dancing on your graves. And we know that that's true because we've seen the video footage of it.
Well, you gotta live for something powerful enough, righteous enough to have it be worth it that people would dance in your graves and you'd die obscured and forgotten.
True. We kind of like kind of got into this in terms of like the intro when I was talking about like Plato, when he said like a perfectly moral man, you know, will be brutalized and will be basically crucified. You know what I mean? Like that was kind of like the whole kind of argument in the book 2 of the Republic. We were kind of going through that at the start of the stream. But it's like ideally you would want a society that wouldn't that you would be moral and virtuous and that they wouldn't dance on your grave. But I think it's an important thing to talk about or to try and wrestle with, where you know, like these people like genuinely like are there like dancing and laughing and, you know, like ecstatic about an assassination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Well,
I don't
for
think
Christians, it's not
we've-
an option. That's the thing is like, you know, people ask why Charlie Kirk and why not, you know, somebody more radical? Why not somebody who's a hater? Why not somebody who's a racist or a terrorist or something like that? And people would besmirch Charlie Kirk to say he was all those things, which he wasn't. And because I think that the gospel of Christ was being the chief of his message was the chief offender to most people, because most people don't want to feel like they can be in a position where they need forgiveness, and then without forgiveness they can't pay their way back through their own goodness. I think that's part of it. And you know, they hated Jesus without a cause, and Jesus says that no man's greater than his master. If they hated me, they will hate you. And I think that is true of all who take the name of Christ, even if they come in peace, even if we're just saying the truth and we have no threat of violence to ourselves. We're supposed to be innocent as doves, but wise as serpents. And unfortunately, there's a lot of serpents out there with sniper rifles. And that's what happens to all who take the name of Christ. So that's the reality of it. If you're a Christian, just prepare to die. That's where it is. Even in Western nations, you know, just prepare to die.
But like, is a key aspect to be willing to die for the truth. You know, because like I wouldn't like, because a lot of people say that like, oh, like Jesus was like he's a socialist or he's a hippie and all this kind of stuff, whereas like that wasn't the case.
Yeah, he
You know what
wasn't
I mean?
a socialist.
Like yeah, and like in terms of like the temple, like he was flipping tables. You know what I mean? But in terms of like that aspect of like I just genuinely don't think we've had a proper serious conversation, you know, like as a society. And I mean that like because the whole like Charlie Kirk thing, like that even affects the likes of Europe, it affects Australia, Canada, like all across the West. And I don't think we've had a serious enough conversation. Like forget about like mainstream media and all that, but just even in terms of the like the aftermath of that, to kind of sit down and say like these people were literally fucking like dancing on his grave. Like is that not warning signs? Is that not like the label of where like these people are genuinely psychotic? And if they're like if they're psychotic, they literally cannot like reason, they cannot engage in rationale. So why the fuck are we listening to these people?
Well, you've stumbled on something that's very important. It's kind of a war on normal. It's a war on self-control. It's a war on stability. It's a war on reasonability, because Charlie Kirk was a proponent of all those things, not only in the way he debated, but I would guess in the way he lived in general. He seemed to be just an average, normal, self-controlled, proportioned guy who thought things through and didn't panic and didn't become an alarmist or an extremist. And as he grew, he became less tolerant of those things that were detrimental. For example, he had Rob Smith, who was a gay conservative, if you will, on one of his stages during the Groyper Wars. And I probably said this to you before. Maybe I said this in my interview with Hitler Hated Christ, but he was confronted by the Groypers on the fact that why are you saying you're conservative and Christian and you're letting homosexuals up on your stage? You know, what's conservative or Christian about this? And on that point, they were correct. And Charlie Kirk recognized the truth of that and amended what he was doing. And now you have TPUSA Faith and all these sorts of things that I think are good, but don't have Charlie Kirk at the helm to like bolster that and lead it. But yeah, I think when you reject God, you reject truth and reason and reasonability, and you just let the flesh take over, and you basically become an animal at that point because you believe it about yourself, and you incorporate no limiting principles besides your own desires, which you can justify in your mind or sear in your conscience in order to make everything permissible to the do what thou wilt ethic.
Oh, 100%. Like it's kind of like ironic, I guess. Like I genuinely make a joke of like the wheel being sentient or like listening in on what we kind of like what I kind of like talk about, and like the whole kind of like initial part like ties back to that whole thing of like the perfectly just man and like what will happen to him. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like a unjust society, what way he'd be treated in an unjust society, and the whole aspect of like Jesus like willingly going to the cross is like this whole aspect of like this needs to be done because the truth needs to be shown about these people. These people are unjust.
Well, Christ didn't actually have to go to the cross. The only reason Christ went to the cross is because God wants to save people, and Christ had to take the punishment for our sins and had to receive our sins upon himself so that the punishment would be dealt towards the sins directly. And then, so if anybody turns from sin and turns towards God, asking for forgiveness, asking for a new heart, God will give that to that person if they truly are giving up their sins, right? And then if they're in a position where like, I don't want to give up my sins, but I don't want to go to hell, they can rely on God for a new heart that does want to give up their sins and does want to have right relationship with God. So, but we are in no way owed going to the cross. And I don't think going to the cross was a statement of like truth, just like protesting people who are wrong. But I think in the case of Christians, we do what John the Baptist did. We go to Herod and we say, it's not lawful for you to have your brother's wife, for example. And Herod John the Baptist lost his head for defying a leader, even though you could say, well, he could have played it safe. He could have just not mentioned it. He could have just did what was comfortable and easy, but John the Baptist was not about that. He, as Jesus said about him, he was not a man in soft clothing. He was not like a reed shaken in the wind. He was a bold man who said that truth, your life is a small price to pay for the sake of the truth.
Yeah, and like that's what I'm digging at, like, and why the like when they say to be a truth seeker or a truth bringer or a light bringer is that kind of like aspect of like being unapologetically honest,
like the unapologetic preacher Rev Russ Winterberg. He's supposed to be around on some of these days, but he's working on his studio. But Exactly. Being unapologetic. I mean, again, why be part of the compliant many? Why not rather have an informed conscience and live according to an informed conscience by God's word for what our purpose is, why we're even here in the first place? I mean, even just not to be remembered, but just because we do have a deathbed ahead of us, we do have an eternity ahead of us. And even if you don't believe in God, which I would urge you to rethink that, but even if you don't believe in God, do you really want to put your head in the pillow at the end of your life and look at all the times you could have done the right thing, had the ability and the means to do the right thing, and you didn't do it? And then that's how you spent your life, and that was your pattern of your life, just denying your conscience, denying your God-given knowledge, and then you died.
To me, that's a life of hell. That's a life of misery. Like what came up at the beginning was like that what Plato's talking about, where it falls to Socrates to prove that like justice is good in itself. Not that you're only being just because of some sort of benefit or some reputation or some sort of like wealth that you're going to accumulate from it. That you'd be justice like for yourself. And like this whole thing, we've seen it on the Deductionist Files. Like these people that live in the illusion that they're pathological liars, that like lying comes to them by instinct. These are miserable people. They need this luxury. Like these OnlyFans chicks need to live in this life of luxury because otherwise they cannot get through the day with what they've done. Think of the amount of like these like fraudsters that like have cocaine habits, cocaine addictions. It's a sign. Like if you need a substance to get through the day, that's a sign that there's possibly you're leading a life that's not worth living. And like this whole aspect of you kind of saying like when you get to the end of your life, would you rather have lived a life worth living or living a life of misery? The unjust soul is a life not worth living. Whereas the just soul, you're perfectly willing to like I said, carry that cross up the hill.
To be fair, in the words of the great Sir Rick James, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Don't knock it till you
Cocaine's
try.
one hell of a drug.
No, that's horrible shit. It's absolutely horrible. Good God to come down on that. Anyway.
Not the most convincing dare speech I've ever heard, but it's a good try, I guess.
Hey, man, I was a dare dancer in elementary school, and yeah, that went nowhere.
Dare dancer? I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, at our school, the whole dare program. But
we got Ghost Rider coming in for 2000. You can. He says, or the collection plate, my man.
All right, so you kind of, I don't know, you kind of sliding me towards agreeing with you now about the social media, the like button thing. Yeah, you're swaying my opinion.
Don't forget to hit the like.
It's like exactly. But like this whole thing of like imagine like you're having a conversation and you're just surrounded by a group of people and you say something, they just give you a thumbs up.
Or one of these
Black Mirror shit.
Yeah, or one of these hard things. You know what I mean?
It's like, dude, turn in your man card next time you put your hands in your pockets. Get away from me.
Because like fundamentally, like this whole aspect of like the unseen, you know, you don't see the words that you speak. Well, there is text, I guess, but like in terms of like when you look at meaning, when you look at like words, like they're non-physical, but they have a profound impact on the physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think art does that in general. I think good art, when it is done well, can be received easily in the heart. Bad art is offensive just because it's like a wet blanket. And then, you know, art can be used deceptively to convey victimhood where there's actually a victimizer. Like I look at the I forgot what his name was, but he did Requiem for a Dream. He wrote it and directed it. What's his name? He did the Noah movie as well, and that was the one that was offensive. You could tell it was an anti-Christian sentiment. Same thing with the movie Mother. You know, just to have an anti-Christian, anti-Bible screed. You know, and then there's movies that I'm trying to think of the last movie that even had like really, really good societal impact. And ironically, the closest thing to societal impact right now is Obsession, which kind of has a mixed value there. It's good in the sense of if you look at Obsession from the idea of like, don't be someone who's manipulative. Let go of manipulation. It is absolutely evil and wrong to do so. And that's what the Wish Willow stick was about. But then there's also the whole thing about the subtext, which comes in society of like being afraid of being in any relationship whatsoever. And so you got a mixed bag. That's a bit of a sophisticated poison pill going on there with Obsession.
He asked for it.
But let me ask you this, because this came up earlier as well. Like there seems to be like a genuine campaign against Christianity. I want to know your thoughts, Rex, in terms of like, why do you think it is that they're so hell-bent on going against Christianity? Because I can see all these atheists that talk all this shit about Christianity, all these like things on Christianity, but then when it comes to Islam and the rest of them, they're, oh, we can't be saying that. Why do you think that is?
It's because Christianity is the truth. It's because Jesus is the truth. And even though he came as an inoffensive, by that I mean non-violent person who was fully God, fully man, truly God, truly man, they recognize that we are all born in sin and they want to sin. If you read John 3, Jesus talks to the religious leader Nicodemus. He was the spiritual leader of Israel at the time. And he tells him about how you need to be born again, because otherwise, you love the darkness and your deeds are evil. If you're not born again, you can't even see the kingdom of God. You cannot perceive spiritual realities or truth as you ought to. And you're still under the power of darkness. Ephesians 2, like in the first few verses, talks about that as well. We are the sons of disobedience, and other verses talk about how we're under the prince of the power of the air, So if we are born spiritually dead because nobody is born, without any consent to like God, they have to actually come to God themselves. They have to actually reject sin themselves. They have to actually submit to God themselves. It cannot be some unconscious act by dint of your genetics. But by default, because of Adam's sin, we inherit Adam's sinful nature. And therefore, the blame is there. And so we can come up with all other sorts of religions, all other sorts of reasons. But one of the arguments I'm trying to highlight for people is, you still think that because something is true, number one, I ought to believe it, and number two, I ought to adhere myself to it. But I think the skeptic has a fundamental problem, because the skeptic says, I demand evidence, give me evidence, which means that because something is true, truth therefore should impact my life. However, that's a prescriptive claim. But if you're atheistic, you cannot get an ought from an is. So how does that work? Why is it true that what is determines how I ought to live? I mean, that would be true if truth was a person, as when Jesus Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except by me. He also is the resurrection, right? He is truth. He is life. He is, when it comes down to it, he is the foundational person necessary for the kind of reality we live in. We have, even our conscience is a reference to how we universally as humans owe our lives to a person, the same person. And that's why we have rules in between each other. People try and say that's like brute facts. They'll just say that it's just some kind of mystical law of the universe that we just have all these rules. And it's like, okay, but then why do we have the ability to make the choice to the contrary? If how we ought to live is embedded, but without a mind and without purpose that is imbued to us, then how is it possible for us to free will choose the opposite? I mean, you look at the physical world, it can't deny gravity, it can't deny the laws of physics, it can't deny the laws of motion. That's just part of what it is. But if moral law is written into the universe just as much as those physics laws, then how does our violation come into our account as guilt? How come we can fail to meet a standard of something and then have a thing called guilt, and also on top of that have a thing called forgiveness, unless Christ is the truth? Because if you think about it, if there is a God who's not the Christian God, and then you do something against that God, why would there be any forgiveness if there was no sacrifice? Why would it be any different than an unjust judge who says, oh, well, I'm just going to let this go? In the case of God, that's not the truth. In the case of God, our sins are placed on Christ. So justice can be dealt out because Christ was killed for our sins, not his sins, our sins. And then so because of that, we can know that God is just. However, his righteousness is given to those who believe. His righteous record is attributed to us. And that is how we can be justified even though we are wicked, and how Christ can be condemned even though he is righteous. But so many people want to make their own way to God. People want to use their own righteousness. But Isaiah 64:6 says, our righteousness is as filthy rags. And if anybody's familiar with that passage, what filthy rags means is use menstrual cloths. So even the best thing we do, we deserve hell for. And so that's why I think people hate Christ, because number one, he is the truth. Number two, we are children of the devil based on our sin nature that we inherit from our forefather Adam. And then number 3, we want to be self-righteous in and of ourselves and live lives according to the way we want to. Are you familiar with T-Jump, the atheist?
Yep.
So T-Jump, if you go to his website, The Church of the Best Possible Worlds, one of the things he says is, or at least has said in some debates, is the best thing God could do for you is send you down a tablet with a button that says, I'll be the God of my own universe, which was the temptation, really, of Satan in the garden in the first place. And so he thinks the maximal amount of good is the minimal amount of impasse between my will and what I can actually do, that I want to do. And that just means that you're just making, I think it's similar to atheistic Mormonism. You make your own universe, become your own God, and you get to do whatever you want. But we as humans, we have a purpose beyond ourselves that's given to us. We don't self-assign purposes, because then we can just self-assign any contradictory purpose we want. But we have purpose, and that purpose is to follow the God. And unfortunately, the world isn't the way it ought to be because of our sin in the first place. And we recognize that. But the difference is we love it. We love our sin. And even though we compare each other with each other, and then we say, I'm not this guy, I'm not that guy, all it is an excuse for the actual standard that we fall from. When we say things like, nobody's perfect, well, that sentence can only make sense if somebody out there is perfect. Because otherwise, what are we talking about? We're talking about a standard that doesn't exist. But we actually have a standard that we know in our conscience. I mean, Romans 1 talks about this. Talks about how God has revealed himself so that, we are without excuse. Even if we haven't seen him like in some full manifestation, we understand through creation and through our conscience that God has made this universe, that we have value, that we have purpose, that we have responsibility to how we live with each other, because there is a purpose not just to us, but also to the universe, to glorify God. And it does. I mean, even atheists, they spend all this time geeking out about science because there is an objective beauty to science. There's an objective beauty to mathematics. I'm sure it's not as beautiful to me personally, but there's an objective beauty to the nature of reality and the universe itself. And it's because God has made it and God has made us. And we are supposed to utilize that to glorify God and to recognize God in his creation. But instead what we do is we make idols out of it, and we make it out to be something to be worshipped rather than to point us to the creator and worship him instead. I know that was a whole lot, but
yeah, because and also I see Jeremy in chat. Jeremy, you're more than welcome to hop on panel. Because for me, it basically comes down to ego, and when you're saying we're the children of the devil, I find resonance in that in terms of that aspect of the ego. Your own greatest enemy, your adversary, is your own ego. And I think Christianity is like the cure or the necessary counterweight to your own ego. You get what I'm saying with that? Because the reason why we lie is to feed in that ego, is to live in that illusion that we rather live, or we rather tell ourselves lies of who we think we are versus than who we actually are. And living in reality, it ain't a fucking a sugar dream kind of thing. You know what I mean? Reality is tough, and you brought the whole thing of between you cannot get a not from an is, but you can make an ought an is, if you get me.
Well, here's the thing. It's a kind of a self-defeating statement. And years ago, if you remember Stefan Molyneux, before he got shut down in 2020 from YouTube, for a while at least, I had suspected that there was this internal problem with Hume's guillotine before, and he confirmed it, which was to say that you can't get an ought from an is to impose an ought, saying that you ought not derive an ought from an is because that would be a mistake. That's an ought. The is your statement. The ought is the application of your statement to my life. Therefore, it is a self-defeating proposition to say you can't get an ought from an is. But that's an aside.
Yeah, I get that aspect. What I'm saying is the reason to be even able to engage in the aspects of what should we do, what could we do, what would we do, being able to engage in that level of thinking, you're kind of like, you have to be able to think in the abstract. And then once you have the art, and it is, let's say, sound reasoning that's been accumulated from that, then to impose that into reality is so it's like the whole kind of like art and the is are obviously two distinct different things. And that's why I think that Hume was trying to point to where you cannot get an art from an is. Just because something is does not mean it ought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But once you achieve the art, the divine aspect of that, where it's like this will transcend not only the individual, not only like it'll actually transcend time. Like this whole aspect of like arguments that Plato brings up, that like all these previous philosophers bring up and all this kind of stuff that are brought up in the Bible, like these like transcend the individual. It's not just because this one individual said so. It's actually has transcended time. It's an argument that works no matter what time or what place you're in. It is the thing you should do, or the thing you ought to do. You know what I mean? And playing off that whole aspect of like the ego is like, we're looking at like the BTK killer on one of the last week. And like a lot of people in chat were kind of saying like, this dude is like just nonchalant, like he doesn't show any remorse. And I was trying to point out to him, I was like, that's because he thinks he's justified. This dude literally lived his life as being a doormat, which is the ego of no ego. You know what I mean? That you're so caught up in trying to be, you know, the dude that everybody loves because you're so selfless. You have an ego of no ego, and you basically live your life as a doormat, and that resentment will build, and eventually it'll manifest in some violent, like extreme fashion. And that's how you end up as like one of these serial killers, that you actually genuinely, you cannot show remorse because you actually don't regret what you've done, because you feel justified in what you were doing, because you've lived your life as like this doormat, and now you're taking back, because the whole thing with the BTK killer is like, it was all about control, and he sexualized it in some fucked up way and all this kind of shit. But his whole thing was control, because he had no control, because he was living his life as a doormat. He wasn't actually living his own life, and that's how it manifested.
Yeah. I want to respond to Jeremy Ryan in the chat. He says, so stating a literal incapability is the derivation of an ought. Bad take, Rex. Okay, so first of all, to say it's a bad take is to make a value claim, and then to imply that I ought to adjust my thinking towards what is true and then what is cogent. So you are saying I ought to value rationality over irrationality. And so also the stating of the literal incapability, the saying that you cannot derive an ought from an is an assertion. And to say that you cannot do it is to say that to do so would be a mistake, and that you ought to avoid that mistake. So the ought is in there. I'm not making it up. It's just there. Anyway. Sorry, I like chat interaction. I like, you know, crowd at work, if you call it.
No worries. Shantae is well saying she's an oak tree. I mean,
no, I don't know what you mean.
We get all sorts. We get all sorts of comments, to say the least. You know what I mean? But that's why we love Shantae. But do you agree with my kind of like aspect there with the whole kind of like ego thing?
Yes.
And like why we lie to each other and all this kind of thing?
Yeah. The essence of sin is self-focus, self-obsession, self-centeredness. So if here's the thing, theology matters. James White says this all the time. Theology matters. What I think of God is going to affect what I think of myself. What I think of myself is going to affect what I think of sin. What I think of sin is going to affect what I think of salvation. So if you think sin is not a big deal, if you think self is a big deal, and you think God is not a big deal because you prioritize self, then you're not going to think sin or salvation is anything whatsoever, because you think you're good on your own terms, and you're going to hell if that's where you're at.
Well,
and is that like
how would that work in the sense of how would that work in the sense of not believing in sin if they do not believe in a God?
Yeah, well, that'd be a
I think
fundamental.
the question of
I was just going to say that'd be a fundamental error on their part to say that they don't believe in sin because they don't believe in a God. Well, I mean, where do you think moral values come from? Where do you think personal value comes from? It doesn't come from impersonal sources. There has to be, in order for a person to have actual value that is prescriptive, like we ought to treat each other a certain way or not a certain way, that would have to come from a design, which comes from purpose, which comes from intent, which comes from a mind, which if that mind is objective, like morality is, that would have to be God, who is the foundation of reality.
I think what I'm trying to ask is it God that creates sin or establishes what sin is?
So sin would have, so there's primary causation, which is God setting things in motion, including all the things that will happen in history. And then there's secondary causation, which is our choices we make during our time in this life. And so because God's not going to rebel against himself, he just makes his own choices. God is categorically incapable of sinning. However, if we go against his creed design for us and what our purposes and our commands are based on how he has made us and based on how he has made us in his image and wants us to be in right relationship with him, the sin would be any contradiction or counteraction of that, any rebellion against God, any falling short of that standard. So it wouldn't be God who makes sin, even though God does decree that sin will occur. The making of sin has to necessarily happen on a secondary level categorically.
What's that secondary level?
So primary causation would be God bringing the universe into reality and setting the course of how history is going to unfold from beginning to end. Secondary level is me and you being agents of our will, making choices freely as we want to, and being accountable for those choices. And because we are not the same person as God, we can choose to sin, especially because we are in a fallen state. We have fallen flesh. We have a fallen nature. And for the Christians, they have a fallen flesh and they have to fight it by submitting to God. And then the Holy Spirit works through the Christian to sanctify him or her and make them a more holy person throughout their struggles over time. But for the lost person, they're fighting their conscience and they're suppressing God by continuing in sin and to hopefully drown out the voice of their conscience and their purpose and their value.
All right, fair enough.
Why do all thing where I say like when people ask like what is God, right? Like when the atheist or agnostic answer like, what is God?
What or who?
Well, like that's the whole thing of like the anthropomorphization aspect. But just in terms of like if when we say God, what do we mean?
Yeah, we mean the personal grounding of reality. Specifically the triune God, which solves the problem of the one and the many. One and the many being, why do we have a singular universe with variety and gradations in it? You know, why isn't it just like one smooth thing that is entirely monotonous? You know, but yeah, God would be the personal grounding for reality. Would be justice, omniscience, omnipotence, all of those things. And again, the Euthyphro, well, there's the Euthyphro dilemma, but then there's also the Epicurean trilemma. I think that justice breaks the Epicurean trilemma as well as the scriptures, because usually they would say, well, if he's all loving and he's all powerful and he's all knowing, then evil couldn't happen, and because evil is here, it breaks God. Well, that's not true, because within God's purposes includes salvation. Revelation 13:8 says that Jesus is the Lamb slain before the foundation of the world. Well, we don't need a sacrifice. We don't need a savior unless, there's going to be sin. And if he was slain before the foundation of the world, that means God's plan in eternity was as good as done before it actually manifests in real life. So therefore, the sin, the fall, was all part of God's plan. It is not justified for us to do it, but it's all part of God's plan regardless. And so what they are proposing when the atheists attack that is a generic kind of placeholder God. They want it to be vague. They don't want God to speak for himself, but the only way to know who God is to know him on his own terms. So you have to read the Bible and hear what God says about himself, because he's revealed himself to us. It's not a theoretical model that we have yet to chart out. He is personal. He is tripersonal. And so the only way to know him is through his word and through prayer and faith and repentance, trusting him to show you himself through his word, through the Bible, through the scriptures, and to pray and continually ask him for help in repentance and faith. And even to say that, as one person in the Bible said to Jesus, I believe, help my unbelief. So there, even if your faith is like a grain of mustard seed, even if your faith is like the smallest thing ever, it's the sincerity of the faith and the sincerity of the repentance that makes it real, and not the greatness of it or the might and strength of it. So even with the smallest, like Charles Spurgeon talks about how repentance and faith can be like a small, just little tiny red thread that if you're stuck on a log and it's carrying you away down to the waterfall through the river, you can hold on to that faith and it will carry you to shore from your doom, even though it looks like a very small thing, even though the faith itself is not the thing that we glorify in. The repentance itself is not the thing we glorify in. Repentance and faith are glorifying Christ, relying on Christ. Even if you can't barely even see the connection between yourself and Christ, you rely on Christ to do that work in you and for you continually. And you attend to it by reading his word, by praying, turning from sin, loving righteousness, asking for that heart, even despite the fact that you don't want to obey, that you don't want to do what Christ demands of you. It's not that God is waiting for you to become a righteous person. It's that you are waiting on God continuously. And by waiting, not standing in place, but as in like you are attending to God, expecting, right, justified more and more that God's promises that you can count on are going to be applied to you, going to be applied to your heart, going to be applied to your life by his power, as he promises to do if you rely on him.
I love how your chat has gone into tree ethics and debate.
I blame Shante. Shante always sets them off. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But like that's why
Sturdy
though
oak
works
Shante.
like whenever like I kind of I engage with like the atheists and all this, and again like to hold myself responsible or accountable. Like I've been saying, like I'm not a Christian, but by the very least I am culturally Christian. You know what I mean? Because like anybody who would consider themselves a nationalist across the West, by the very least would have to consider themselves culturally Christian, because what nation are you trying to preserve? The nation has some sort of religion based into it. No matter what nation that has ever existed has had some sort of religion that they've based their moral practices on.
Well,
when
Terry,
I say, for example...
Okay, sorry.
Hey, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you wake up and my nation's in flames tomorrow and your nation's in flames tomorrow, culturally Christian's not going to do you any good. But if we wake up and our nations are both in flames tomorrow, knowing Christ is what matters ultimately anyway, and any comforts in life can do not but just either we thank God for them, or if we're not thankful for them, then not only is God justified in condemning us, but they can only distract us from our most basic needs, which are spiritual needs at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have good politics. I'm just saying that beyond the politics and beyond the state that we live in is our death. Our death is coming. We have an answer to have to give to God at the end of our lives for how we spent it. Have you ever read books that quote people's last words before they die? That would be a good thing for people to look at. Jonathan Edwards recommended to people to think often of the day of your death.
We did a stream.
Yeah, but
Saturday
when I
about
say
something like that.
when I say like nation, I'm not talking about like the state or the government, or like nation and state are two different things. Sure. I believe that the state should serve the nation, but when I'm saying nation, I'm talking about the people, culture they have, the language they speak. Like it's a whole kind of like it's like in just one word you have a lot of different things like culture, manners, morality, like all these kind of different things that kind of go along when you evoke the word nation. But like that's why I was using the example of it as a nationalist. Like if you're a nationalist in the West, like by definition you're at the very least culturally Christian, because that's where you're basing your ethics off, and that is the culture you want to preserve or you want to fight for. But when I say when I say God is reason, would you agree with that or would you disagree with that?
It depends on what you mean, because you can say you can't reverse engineer those sorts of things, because in 1 John it says God is love. But what I can't do is therefore go back and say love is God. I have to understand God is love in a particular sort of way. That God's character is the grounding for love and is primarily one that is inclined to love people. Damnation is like the last thing that God wants to do, but he is also just, and he will not deny his justice just for the sake of people. That's why the justice had to be dealt on Christ, so that people could even be saved in the first place. Because Christ is God, and only God can absorb all of an infinite punishment in a finite amount of time. And if we, as humans, offend all of an infinite God with our sin, we deserve all of an infinite punishment. And that's the seriousness of hell. That's the seriousness of justice. So the cultural Christian thing, I mean, I think that it sounds nice because it gives you a relatively more peaceful nation if people are actually more socially conservative and they have an informed conscience that is somewhat brought together by a watered down understanding or a tacit tip of the hat to the Bible. But ultimately, what's going to be longer lasting, your nation, your people, or eternity? That's where I'm coming from. So even Dawkins can say he's culturally Christian, and now famously or infamously has been quoted as such, and he'll probably never live that down, in his community's mind. But in terms of what objective value that has, or respect to God that has, like, why would I care about that so much as I would care? I mean, you look at what Jesus said to the multitudes when they were listening to the Sermon on the Mount. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, do we not prophesy and cast out my demons and do many mighty works in your name? And I will say to them, Jesus says, depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you. So ultimately, cultural Christianity is nothing if it's not what Jesus actually cares about. It's just no different than the Pharisees, who were culturally Jewish, because Judaism at the time, that was God's religion at that time, up until the point that Christ fulfilled Judaism and brought forth what Judaism was pointing towards the entire time, and what every prophet and everybody was pointing towards the entire time in the Old Testament, Jesus Christ himself. So it doesn't really matter how well you know the law, or how disciplined you are, or how religious you are, if in your spirit you're not actually conformed to God. Just your outside looks like the white picket fence, 1950s middle America heartland sort of pseudo historical nostalgic revisionist fantasy.
How did we get here?
The like button.
Yeah, the like button.
Yeah, I know.
Like I
mean,
God works. Well, God works in mysterious ways. Okay?
Mysterious ways, yeah.
Like what I'm saying though, with that, like anyone in the West, like, would be at the very minimum culturally Christian, is this whole aspect of like the atheist, or even like the person that would not consider themselves Christian, agnostic, like whatever terminology you want to use for it, is because like, even though you would proclaim that you don't believe in God, even though you proclaim that you're against Christianity and all this kind of stuff, or you're communist and stuff, you're still basing those ethics off those same, like you were saying, Rex. You're still like, that's where you're getting it from, and it's inescapable. Like your sense of right and wrong is coming from that aspect of Christianity.
Exactly. They have to borrow from the Christian worldview in order to try and attack the Christian worldview. Cornelius Van Til says they are sitting in their father's lap in order to slap their father.
And like this whole aspect of like what I would kind of like go down in terms of like with the God is reason thing, is that like, in order for reason to even exist, which is what we base everything off, without reasoning, you cannot have science. Without reasoning, you can't have mathematics. Without, like, you can't have philosophy. You can't even have language. You wouldn't even be able to have this conversation without
I'd go
that.
a step further. I would say without morals, reason is irrelevant, because just telling you what things are does not tell you what to do with them. I could even grant an atheist epistemology, but what I can't do is say that just because he knows a thing in his theoretical atheistic universe where things just take shapes, there's human shapes, there's tree shapes, there's oak tree shapes, there's planet shapes in these matter infested universes, okay? But that doesn't on its own mean anything as far as what we should do, and it doesn't tell you why rationality is better than irrationality. In fact, have you read the book of Ecclesiastes?
Not yet. I'm getting there. We're on, I think, Deuteronomy at the moment in the.
It'll be a bit. If you're doing it in
Thursdays.
Bible order, it'll be a bit before you get to Ecclesiastes. Offside your stream, it's 12 chapters. Very deep, very sobering chapters. Chapter 12 is one of my favorites. So is chapter 7. Chapter 3 is the famous one that says there's a time and a place for everything. But Ecclesiastes is again, written by Solomon, one of my favorite books. And what it does is it talks about how the wise man and the foolish man, it is better to be a wise man than a foolish man, but they both have the same fate. They both die at the end of the day. And if atheism is true, what real net advantage is there to the wise man compared to the foolish man at the end of the day?
But when I'm saying that God is reason, it's not like it's like rationality, because like fundamentally you then have to ask, okay, what is reason? Reason fundamentally at the core is meaning, which is it's very
it's the recognition
said,
of
morality.
That's the thing. There's a difference though.
But when you point to morality, it's the same thing. There is that intrinsic meaning that's linked to it, and then you have to say like, what is meaning?
And then there's purpose, which is, related but a little distinct, because that goes to the teleology of a thing. But it's all intertwined. Like, we ought to believe what is true. We ought to reject what is false. We ought to adhere to morality. And we ought to use things according to their purpose, including our entire lives, which would be to glorify Christ, to be submit to Christ. That's why Job says, even if he slays me, I will trust in him.
And even from like that aspect of like meaning, like none of this would be possible without meaning.
And meaning
like
is
when you look at like
God.
the nihilists, like the thing about like nihilism, where it's like this whole thing of like life is meaningless and all this kind of stuff. Like any person who would like engage in debate that like nihilism is the truth and all this kind of stuff, by definition, they're not a nihilist, because why would you even debate nihilism if you were a nihilist?
Perfectly
doesn't make any
said.
sense.
Perfectly said. Let's say it's me. Heck, I was on Steelborn's stream a while ago, and I showed him my argument that I've been working on, and he said, "Well, what if I'm just a nihilist? I'm just, I none of these oughts work on me because I don't embrace oughts." I said, "Okay, ought I consider nihilism as a viable alternative?" And he couldn't do that move, right? And then I asked him, "Did you use reason to arrive at nihilism?" Because if he used reason, what he did is he found a value set by which dissuaded him from everything but nihilism and persuaded him to embrace nihilism, which means he made a valued claim about where he ought to go in his thoughts and how his ideology ought to be because of what was true. But what you didn't prove is just because something is true that he ought to A, believe it, and number two, live according to it as if it were true. Nihilism is self-defeating compared to the purpose that God gives in your life, which is objectively real.
Exactly. And what else is objectively real is Rob just rated us. Shout out to all the Norons. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you all, and shout out to Rob. Thank you very kindly for the raid. We're in the middle of Wheel of Madness, ladies and gentlemen. Let me do the quick run through in terms of the move list. This is a special show where we get special moves. What you currently see on the screen is the Wheel of Madness. If you want to shift the topic, we spin the wheel. It moves the conversation along. So the first move obviously is the meme clip. $10 super chat, or if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal, which the link should be pinned, okay, you get half off, or you get double bang for your buck. So if you were to donate, let's say $50 on the Ko-Fi, it would be $100 in the Will Bank. All right, so you might wonder what's a meme clip. This is an example of a meme.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. It is fan funded, right? If you want a specific topic, if you want to bypass the wheel completely, it's a $50 super chat, $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to spin the wheel, move us on to the next topic. I could be in the middle of reading out the prompt, and we would still have to move on to the next topic. It is $20 or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want to lock the wheel to a specific topic, it is $20 super chat, $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to change out the wheel, current wheel that we're doing is called the Bollocksology wheel. It's basically kind of like what we have here. It's kind of goofy questions, fun, random kind of type questions, nothing too serious. We also have the dating wheel. So if you want the culture wars, the red pill and the feminism, all that stuff, we have a wheel for that as well. We have a religion wheel, which we're kind of like currently in the topic of religion, theology at the moment, talking about God and things. Because we do get segued, you know what I'm saying, or sidetracked and all this kind of stuff, but they're pleasant sidetracks, you know. We also have politics, and then we also have philosophy, and they are in order of difficulty. So Bollocksology being the easiest wheel to engage with, philosophy being the most difficult one. And it is $50 a super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. And if you want to drop a particular panelist, like say myself included, so it's like Teriak, I don't want to look at your avatar anymore. It is $10 per 5-minute super chat or $5 per 5 minutes using the Ko-Fi PayPal. And if you want to kick someone off the show for the rest of the night, it is $100 super chat or $50 using the Ko-Fi /PayPal. Because again, Apple and YouTube take over 50% super chats. If you're using an Apple device, just to let you know as a PSA, you're using an Apple device and you super chat $10 to your whatever creator you're donating to, Apple will come in, take 30%, which puts it down to $7, and then YouTube then takes 30% of that $7, putting it down to $4.90. So you're literally, the creator's getting less than 50% of that donation as well. And also, just as a warning as well, no doxing, no threats, no family and children, any of that shit, you get a free kick on the house. Now we're currently at $6 in the wheel bank. But getting back to this thing, I think I interrupted you, Rex.
I don't remember. It's all you. I think I've said what's on my mind, but we can keep going if you got any questions, for sure. And of course, if you want to spin the wheel, Shantae's got the info right there for you.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I was saying in terms of like God is reason, but in terms of like that aspect, it's getting more kind of like down to like meaning itself. You know, we're kind of talking about like nihilism being a self-defeating position, and like this whole aspect of like, this is why like I ask them like, what does the word mean? Like, for example, like buff, what does word mean?
Word means a representation of characters that are assigned a specific purpose to create a meaning. That's just some random gibberish off the top of my head. That's a great question. I like it. What does the word mean? This is just a representation of a thought?
It's a unit of meaning. And then the next question to do the Socratic method of that would be, okay, what does meaning mean? Also, shout out to Ghost Rider for the $2.
What does meaning mean? Well, meaning would be a meaning. That's not fair.
Because people say I troll with these questions, but these are like the deep questions I think that like the people should start asking themselves. You know what I mean? So Rex, what does meaning mean?
I mean, off the top of my head, if you put me on the spot, it would be the true significance conveyed in communication.
Yeah, like value, significance. You know what I mean? So it's like when we
representation.
What's his name? Alex O'Connor. That's his name. When he says like can I will my wants? Like this whole thing of like why do I want what I want?
Right. You can. He says you can do what you will, but you can't will what you will, which I agree with.
Well, I'm not a wizard, so yeah.
So like that aspect of like why do you have wants, or why do you have like these desires to do certain things and all this kind of stuff? It has to tie back to meaning itself. Because you wouldn't do something that would be completely meaningless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's always some kind of motivation there, and the motivation has some kind of value claim that you make in the first place. Like, I want to do this because I think it's going to make me happy, or it's going to relieve some pain, something along those lines.
So everything we do is inextricably linked to meaning, which again is just such another defeater to the nihilism. But we got Abby over on the Ko-Fi. Abby says, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy. Like I said, folks, if you want to change out the theme, we've got brand new topics. Brand new topics for this week. It's going to be a week-long special of the Wheel of Madness. So if you want to change out the wheel for a different theme, perhaps something more serious, maybe religious or dating or politics, take your pick, folks. It's up to you. Let me know. But gentlemen, is the moon landing the greatest achievement in history or the ultimate prank?
I think it's a false dichotomy.
Interesting.
But to not dodge, I don't think it's a prank. I tend to think it was real, and so did the Russians at the time. Otherwise, it'd be the easiest thing to criticize.
Okay. And both, your thoughts?
Well, I have to obviously take away prank. Greatest achievement in history, that's loaded. Maybe on the sense of that, man left Earth and landed on another celestial body. I could see it in that sense. I'm trying to figure out if there's something greater in history that could have been achieved. I love moon landing deniers when our greatest enemy at that time didn't try to debunk it. They congratulated us, Russia. So if anybody was going to say it was fake and prove it, it would have been them. But, yahoos on YouTube that have like buttons get all this clout and unnecessary attention for just, oh, look at this, look at this, Stanley Kubrick and all that crap. I guess if these are the two choices, I'm gonna go with achievement in history. But I like what Texas said. The dichotomy of it.
Well, Rex, you said it was a false dichotomy.
Oh, I'm
so let's
sorry,
explore
Rex.
that avenue.
I said Tex.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, re-taxonomy. So yeah, because it could be neither the greatest achievement of all time and also not a prank. Because there could be, like, if you want to say that the polio vaccine was the greatest achievement of all time, or the internet is the greatest achievement of all time, or nuclear fusion is the greatest achievement of all time, or Euclidean mathematics, or whatever, Newtonian physics, whatever. I think that's kind of subjective to what your value set is. Obviously, as a Christian, the greatest achievement of all time is the crucifixion, burial, death, resurrection of Jesus Christ to save those who truly believe in him. But if you're talking about human achievements within human parameters and a non-supernatural level, I haven't thought about what I think that would be. That's actually a fascinating question, and it would be telling of what I really value, like on a earth plane level. But that's tough. So the moon landing itself, I think it was a show of strength and a show of capability of what America can do in the face of Sputnik, which was what, at the time, Russia, one of their greatest achievements was. And the space race, of course, was a show of force in terms of determination. But did we actually bring back a cure for cancer from the moon? And then or did we colonize the moon and now we have a whole lot of real estate in our hands? No, not really.
Yeah, that's how I look at something like, like you said, the cure for cancer, open heart surgery, something that's saving lives and having an actual impact on human civilization. It's like, oh, we went to the moon. Okay, you went there. That's cool. What do I benefit from this? Hell, modern medicine. Where am I benefiting from you landing on the moon? Like, cool, and you went back a couple more times. I was like, all right. Now what?
Right.
Give me money. I don't know. I got nothing against NASA.
Is there any money on the moon?
I got nothing against NASA and all that. But
was like, yeah, cool. We went to the moon, and when we stopped going, it was like, yeah, been there, done that. It's like, now what?
Gentlemen, it breaks my heart to hear two Americans look at such an achievement and say, yeah, well, what have I done lately? You know what I mean? Like America, when you look at America, America is the land of the dreams.
Yep.
Meaning you like however crazy your fucking dream is, you can achieve it. And what is
be a trillionaire?
Crazier, exactly. And what is crazier than to say we're going to touch the stars?
Well, we didn't.
Think about how crazy it is. Like a motherfucker say, I'm going to touch the stars. And they went out and fucking done it. In terms of achievements by a nation, hands down, one of the greatest achievements ever done. To actually go out and reach out for the stars and actually touch them.
The moon is,
and like I said, the fact that
satellite, but okay.
To build on that, right, is that like for that to even be done means that it is possible. That is like the first stage. It's like, can we even land on the moon? Well, if we can land on the moon, why can't we land on Mars? Why can't we actually traverse the cosmos?
Working on it, I guess.
The reason why you'd even find value or meaning in actually working on something like that is you have to take that first stage, that first step of physically touching the stars, which America did.
There's just more stuff that's been done that's beneficial to a populace as a whole than landing on the moon.
I'm listening.
Well, you look at it, take it in the sense of like, who does that
he learned how to juggle
as
last
an entire
week.
Whole?
He learned how to juggle last week. Isn't that enough? I mean, you know.
Oh, what are you juggling? Chainsaws? Tennis balls?
No, you.
Scarves?
No, you learned how to juggle last week, and that's compared to the moon landing. I mean, there's some real entertainment you have in your hands now, literally. See how low our standards are? See, we are the land of the free, but we're also the land of low expectations because of high achievements. Because we're just like living high on the hog, right? We are an economic haven and a boon for the world, even still today, after being trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars in the hole, right? And so we do have a very spoiled net. So, for example, Teriak, look at concert footage in Europe or South America. Then look at concert footage in the United States of America. Look at the crowds. What's the difference in the crowds between America's crowds, South American, and European crowds?
What kind of concert?
I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of the crowd footage.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking at like straight crowd footage, but if you watch a lot of American crowds, they're dead. They just kind of stand there and then absorb the sound like zombies. And then you look at South America or you look at Europe, they got all this coordinated jumping and dancing around, all that kind of stuff. The closest we had to that in recent times was actually when Oasis toured America. That's the closest I've seen where the entire crowd was participating in the thing. But that's also because we're kind of jealous and we wanted to live in the enthusiasm that Europeans have or South Americans have when they have a big, huge concert and you can see the crowd in a city for miles and miles and miles. And that's what they want. That's what they want. But I think Americans, we're just like so stuck in these that we're just numb. We're just so numb because we are totally like dopamine burnt. We have the instant gratification so much that we've just achieved peak dopamine sickness. And that's where we're at, I think. And that's why we have such low expectations of ourselves, low expectations of each other. We kind of don't want to move. We're really sluggish. Our prosperity has really shackled us into these blobs.
Have you seen footage of the crowds from Lollapalooza 99?
99, yes. We didn't have these in 99.
Thanks for reminding me, Shante, about the timer. Like, I disagree. Like, what I think a lot of this is like the demoralization. And part of that is the whole, like, doom scrolling thing, like being stuck in your phone and, like, doom scrolling and all this stuff. But I think, like Americans, and this has been the same in Europe and all this kind of stuff. Like basically, there's been a demoralization campaign that's been tried to thing, and like part of that is trying to deny, like getting American creators to go on and actually to deny one of the greatest achievements off the moon landing, is to try and take that away from you, from the aspect of like that. Like, if you're able to reach out and touch the stars, what is not possible at that stage? Like, when you're saying, like, Newtonian physics and all stuff, you have to have an understanding of Newtonian physics in order to do that achievement. You know what I mean? The fact that you have the likes of, like, Elon Musk is saying, fuck the moon, let's go to Mars. Let's push the boundaries here. You know
we
what I
can
mean?
do it, but I wouldn't build a house there. And to address what Abby says in the chat, I think it depends on the music. Yes, obviously, chamber music, you're not going to be jumping up and down. I get it. I'm talking about like Rush and Rio. I'm talking about like Oasis and Wembley Stadium, all that kind of stuff.
Shout out to Ghost Rider as well for the $2. Appreciate you, Connie Sir. Says, I'm running out of couches and ashtrays. Hey, my man. But like this is what I'm trying to get at, though. Like when you look for like motivation, when you look for like the defeater mentality is like, oh, it's never been, ergo it never will. You know what I mean? Whereas like when you have something as, like I said, as great as reaching out and touching the stars, that's why like Trump is all for like the like space exploration, and he's kind of like pushing that whole thing, is for that aspect that like there is not like anything that is impossible to the Americans. Like we all know, like from the American military, when the American military shows up, it literally like rains fire. Like when you talk about like, you know, Sodom and Gomorrah, like the description of Sodom and Gomorrah, like take a look at the footage coming out of Iran. That shit looks like Sodom and Gomorrah to me. You know what I mean? So it's like, and also shout out to Dan for the $5. Let me play the clip, sir. Oh fuck. I need to get a new mouse. My scroller is absolutely banjaxed. But appreciate you, Dan. Appreciate you, kindly, sir. We're up to $7 in the spin bank. I got to do a bit of quick maths here. I think that's 6.5. I think on the code 5 for another spin. But like the main thing that I'm trying to get at is it's like the only country that can like sit there and say it's like we are the last bastion against the likes of communism, like an absolute shit show of like an ideology and all this kind of stuff, is that American spirit, is that American will to say no, I ain't doing that. You know what I mean? And like that's what you see, like they went after the moon landing, they've gone after your founding fathers, they've gone after like everything they possibly can about America, because they know how powerful like that American spirit is. That like never say die, that nothing is impossible, that no matter how crazy the dreams, you will turn those dreams into a reality. That's a powerful thing.
Well, America's a weird place. Unified 1 minute, then the next minute it's like, I hate you again.
We have freedom, and it shows because we have chaos.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Now, again, I do think that we are the greatest nation that has ever been. Not only in terms of like sheer power, but we have, I would say, have a more virtuous history at the birth of this nation than we would, you know, than say the Greek Empire or the Roman Empire or the Babylonians or the Medes and the Persians and all that kind of stuff. But that's because of, again, Christ. It's because of what he did through George Whitefield, Jonathan Edwards, John Wesley, people like that. And I would say that the Great Awakening, you talk about suppressed history. I think the first Great Awakening is one of the most suppressed things that's ever happened in this country and in England as well. The influence of George Whitefield and John Wesley, you know, cannot be understated in terms of how they influenced the American Revolution, as opposed to making it what would have been the French Revolution, which was an atheistic revolution. And they even built an idol to reason that they bowed down and worshipped as an anthropomorphic thing. While, of course, criticizing us for supposedly anthropomorphizing God, they anthropomorphized reason, no sense of irony, as you might have picked up, Teriak.
Mm-hmm. Because the whole aspect in the Bible, it talks about where like God is like formless. That's why you shouldn't like. That's why like the first commandment is like no false idols.
Yeah, God
You know what
is
I mean?
spirit, and we should worship him in spirit and in truth, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's another shout out to Abby over on the Ko-Fi. Thank you very kindly for using the Ko-Fi, saying spin that wheel, white boy. One sec, let me play the clip. But it is, like I said, you got to pay attention to what are they attacking and the reason why they're attacking it. You know what I mean? Gentlemen, is the 5-second rule for dropped food actual science or just desperate hope?
Depends on what it dropped on top of. Let's say you have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then you're walking around your farm and you drop that on top of the biggest, juiciest cow pie you've ever seen in your life. Do you really think that first 5 seconds is going to save your sandwich? If you do, you're an idiot.
Yeah, the 5-second rule is absolutely a joke. What he just said, exactly. What did it fall on top? Did it fall under some, or on top of some, what, plutonium? No, I'm not. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not even going to pick that up. The ants can have it, and we'll get super ants.
That's their problem now.
Yeah, I'm good. Why do you have this on this wheel? What the hell?
I love my chat. My chat is, absolute champs, But, like, where did the 5-second rule come from? Like, that's my question.
The Nazis. I don't know.
Yeah. You realize that the Nazis brought us the 5-second rule to make the entire nation in a state of absolute health chaos. That's
would
probably
like
what RFK Jr. is saying right now.
I would like to think it came from like how do you say this? A specific region that is dealing with food shortage. Hold on, hear me out. Dealing with food shortage and trouble, feeding a people, and the consensus is, oh, you dropped that, you can't eat that. I'm like, well, how long was it down there? Yeah, we can't keep wasting this food like a rationing kind of system. It wasn't down there that long. You still eat it? I don't know. Is that Googleable? The 5-second rule origin?
Yeah, I just googled it. The 5-second rule generally refers to either a popular food hygiene myth or a well-known psychological productivity technique. Depending on what you're looking for, understand the reality beyond these two very different concepts. So in terms of the food hygiene myth, the urban legend suggests that food dropped on the floor is safe to eat if picked up within 5 seconds. The reality, though, is scientists have debunked this myth. Bacteria transfer to dropped food instantly upon contact. Now, the factors, here's how scientific they went with. So there's multiple factors. There's the moisture level, the type of food, and the surface porosity matter more than time. Wet, sticky foods like fruit or candy pick up significantly more bacteria than dry foods. So maybe there might be something to it if it's dry food.
No,
I believe someone suggests in chat M&Ms.
Wouldn't that go to a person to person thing of what risk do you want to take? The M&M. If I drop an M&M on the ground, opposed to as Rex said, peanut butter jelly sandwich, one half of it flat on the ground with your spread on there. It's just like, what risk are you willing to take? How hungry are you? What do you have in supply? I go hungry. I dropped my peanut butter face down on the bathroom floor. No, that's done. That's done. Eminem on same floor. I could wipe that off with my shirt and just say, yeah, I'll take the chance if I really want that damn Eminem. But let's say it's the last one in the pack. I don't know. Even then, though, shit. No, I'm throwing it away. I changed my mind. Never mind.
I'm going with what you Googled with not actual science.
There we go. All right. There we go.
Just a desperate hope. I mean, okay, think about it. Every time the 5-second rule is implemented, it is invoked by somebody. It is said out loud. It is 5-second rule, guys, as if they want the affirmations. Like, okay, dude, if it's science, then just eat it. You don't have to talk about it. Like, every time I take it my next step, I'm not saying gravity, guys. It's like, yeah, I know. Shut up. Like, it's either a scientific fact that we're taking for granted, or it's not. And if it is, it doesn't need your voice to talk for it and run an ad campaign. Shut up. Eat the sandwich if you think it's still good.
And as they say, science is not about consensus. You know what I'm saying? But Abby says, why can't people eat at a dinner table? Why are y'all bunch of weirdos eating your food in the bathroom and near cow dung and all this kind of shit? Why can't we just eat at the dinner table?
Who says there's no cow dung on my dinner table?
You don't know my life. Damn it.
Stop judging me by your Western standards. Anyway, this is what happens when you catch me on a Sunday night. Usually I'm talking to Rev Russ. We're having real serious talks. And we had that for a little while. And then after a certain point, it's just over. It's just over. But yeah, didn't think of that, did you? No. Yeah. I will say though, do families even have dinner together anymore at the table? Or are they all watching their devices, taking their microwave meals into their rooms and, saying, hi, mom, bye, mom, hi, dad, bye, dad, when they go back to wherever they came from?
Some do. Some.
Do they, though?
And how was your day, Betty? I don't know if I see that so much anymore or hear about it.
Well, Shante says that her family does. Like, is that like an important ritual we should bring back?
Yes.
Like
a family that enjoys their time with each other, communicates with each other, associates with each other, trusts and confides with each other. Why not? Well, give me the counter argument. Oh no, I want the one where we all hate each other. That's going to be great for this country going forward, especially if people want to meet their future spouse. Nobody's like, I want the guy who can't stand their parents and doesn't talk to their family.
It's a good point, and it's a good ritual to have. You know what I mean? I guess you could say it's like what happens if you're all operating off different schedules. Like, does the whole family have to wait for dad to come home in the evening before they can eat? But I'd still say should you not adjust your eating schedules to the dad coming home or whatever, so that the family are united?
That's a communal decision. I mean, that goes a lot of ways.
Democracy.
You definitely have your dad, dad head of household. Maybe his schedule. Yeah, he doesn't get off of work till 1 a.m. Yeah, no, they should not be waiting for dad to show up. It's agreement upon a family, of course, naturally. Just y'all go ahead and eat. And maybe the wife is waiting up, or maybe his plate or whatever dinner is waiting for him in the fridge or whatever. And he eats. That's fine.
Because from my aspect, I eat once a day. Now some days it's a bit sooner, some days it's a bit later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think from that aspect, it points to a problem with the food that we're eating, that is, if we can't wait an extra hour or two, you know what I mean? To have that kind of, like I said, that kind of ritual of everybody breaking bread together kind of thing. Maybe there's something wrong with the food, or we haven't been practicing fasting enough. You know what I mean?
No, life happens. Life happens. If I get off at 4 in the morning, you're supposed to wait up for me or get up for me? Kids got school.
Well, I mean, there's like formal times when people actually have their meals. There's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And dinner's usually like, or at least traditionally it was, family time. It was, it wasn't supposed to just happen on Thanksgiving and Christmas. It was supposed to be at some point, how was your day? Dad, I need your advice. Mom, I need your advice. All this kind of stuff. What do you guys think? I'm thinking about doing this. That was a basis. And what do you do when you want to hang out with friends? Typically, the baseline thing that everybody can agree on is let's go eat something. Let's have something we both like. Let's go to Chipotle. Let's go to, in Chicago, let's go to Lou Malnati's, something like that. Let's have some pizza. Let's have some tacos. Let's have some Italian, and just discuss. You hang out instead of just like going to the park and sitting on a bench and talking, You could do that, I suppose, but usually hangouts have eats.
100%. Because what other kind of time frame are you going to be all together and like the focus is going to be the discussion?
Day off.
Like if your mom is cleaning the kitchen or whatever, it's going to be like a split attention thing. Whereas like when it's dinner, you know what I mean? Like the attention is going to be around the people that you eat with. Like think about, you go to a restaurant, you don't just sit down with anybody,
I do. I'm just like, hey, I like the left side of the table if you don't mind. I just like pull up a sheet, be like, what are you guys talking about? Nom. I'm a great dinner guest. You just didn't know it was coming.
There's like a couple in an Italian restaurant, like the dude's all nervous, he's about to propose to his girl. In walks Rex, like, hey guys,
hey, that's some nice wine you got there.
What's going on? How you doing? Nice shirt.
Yeah, forget that. Hey, what's that in your pocket? Oh, is that a little box? Whoa, what is that? Ooh, that looks shiny.
Sir, can I help you? Nah, just eat.
Yeah. Where's the butter for this bread? You can help me with that.
What you guys think about the moon landing? Just go off and say some random shit.
You were about to give me a new keyboard, sir.
Man, I've only done that once.
These tables in this restaurant are so tiny, you guys. What do you think? I mean, how are you supposed to fit 3 people here? Hold on.
Oh, God. There's some Mexican restaurant I went to on Cinco de Mayo because I wanted a taco salad. And while they were making it, I was sitting at the bar drinking. I was just like, well, I might want to wait to drive back home. So I was like, I'll just sit down somewhere. And when I got up to go get the order from the girl at the hostess stand, whatever, they take it over there and go pay. Somebody took my seat at the bar, and I was like, all right, and the booths are full. And I was like, I saw 2 guys sitting at a table with 4 chairs. And I was like, I'm just sit down right here. So I was just like, hey, hola. And the guy just looked at me, he's just like, well, we speak English, right? I was like, yeah, I was just testing the waters out of that. And we had a pleasant conversation. And it was so stupid.
Yeah. Abby says, Rex, if you drop your food while eating with strangers, tell them it's 5 seconds. Here's what I would do instead, Abby. I would drop my food while sitting with strangers. I would nonchalantly tell them it's 5 seconds without looking up at them, and then just continue eating and not pick up the food that I dropped. That's what I would do.
Nice.
But it is like like be it restaurant, be it dinner table, all this kind of stuff. Like someone does that, it is quite like an intrusive thing when you think about it. Like just some randomer, like you're there, like having a meal with your friends or family or whatever, and like just some random dude walks over and joins your table. You'd be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" You know what I mean?
Just tell them it's a public.
Like
that's when you use 2 lines. It's a free country and it's a public place, and then they don't know what to tell you after that.
But
because
like, even when you think about, go ahead.
I know my rights.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen. Give me some of that salsa and chips, baby. Yeah, no, there is a weird mixture of like public place and intimacy when you get your friends together and you're like, this is a private conversation we're having in this Dairy Queen, and I'm like, yeah, okay, dude, everybody can hear you, you know, but but yeah, that obviously that doesn't give you the right to just pop in and say, hey, can I sit on your lap? They're out of chairs.
Because like even when you like think about like the way they do restaurants and all this kind of stuff, like the formal sit down and all this stuff, like how would you manage the bill? Like it's a lot easier to keep track of. Like everybody at their own table, you know what I mean? And it's like even if someone like I said, like someone's like being too loud in their conversation, it's like everybody's like giving them the eyes and all this kind of shit. They're being asked to
or a screaming baby,
push down, screaming baby again, you know?
Yeah.
It is like something that like we need to bring back, like the whole like dinner table, because it's something you don't really think about.
I'm just traveling in my private capacity, in my private personal conveyance. Thank you, bad cramps.
I would just have the picture of like Rex sitting down with like some random family. Then as it takes out his gun, starts buttering his roll. I know my rights.
And I start buttering my gun.
Got to make sure it's lubricated. You don't want to jam, don't you?
Yeah, you know how fast these bullets fly through people when they're buttered? I mean, it's like nothing else, especially garlic butter. Kind of stings too.
These vampires, got to make sure you got the garlic butter there, just in case you encounter vampire.
Dude, my bullet went through like 15 vampires and 2 werewolves when I buttered it. It was just so good. Just.
Man, those 2 factions were hanging out together.
I mean, when it comes to butter guns, yeah, you got to join forces.
Yeah.
We got Abby as well in chat saying, Rex, what if you have a family member who came to the table but was really, really drunk?
I'm trying to figure out what the dilemma is. I am uncomfortable, related or unrelated, when drunk people come to talk to me. So my reaction is probably about the same. So, okay. Are we talking about like the family setting, Leave It to Beaver, and then daddy comes home drunk in the black and white sort of, you know, Dick Van drunk scenario. And then he sits down, he doesn't know which end of the bowl he's supposed to pour his soup into. And then he's just like trying to tell me about his day. It just sounds like a color wheel of verbiage and I can't tell what's going on. Yeah, then I'd probably leave. But I would do, you know, what if a family member comes in and like he's, you know, yeah, obviously if somebody's not in their right mind, that's going to kind of kill the vibe for sure. And then I would have the right to leave. No doubt.
Do I have problems with this family member? Like when they're sober, do we get along well? And I know how they are when they're drunk. Are they irrational when they're drunk, or we get drunk together? I need to know the family member I'm dealing with. Maybe
the question is, Abby,
them off the ledge, or are they uncontrolled?
Can the drunk family member count to even 5 seconds before having to restart over and over again to even know if where that food is dropped is still good?
Hard-hitting questions.
Because for me personally, that's where like the old bottle of chloroform works out. Like sometimes, you know, everybody should be strapped with a bottle of chloroform. Just hit the dab and then just like say, right, I'm taking one for the team here. Put them away to bed. You know what I mean? And then because like why leave and let the pleasant conversation end? You know what I mean? Just remove the problem. You know what I mean?
What does
Wait,
it smell like?
Are you talking about the dinner table?
Yeah, dinner table.
Oh yeah, what table are we at?
Like if we were going to Thanksgiving, right? And I showed up, we're having a pleasant conversation. Then Rex comes in all belligerent, you know what I mean, screaming like racial profanities at like people that aren't even in the room. You know what I mean? Talking
Races
about how
that
like
don't even
it was
exist.
great. Yeah, how the Confederates should have won the war, all this kind of stuff. That's when, like, behind him, you just see me, like, just dabbing the old cloth swab, getting ready for him to say, "Oh yeah, Rex, sit right beside me. Yeah, I got a chair right here." And then as soon as he sits down, boom, just have him. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, just like drag him out slowly.
Yeah, I mean, the Confederates should have totally won that war against the emus back in Tanzania. It's just, it's travesty.
There they go.
Hey, we don't got to bring up the Australians, okay? The Australians, they're their own phenomenon. You know what I mean?
They have their planet. We have ours.
Would you even call it a planet?
Birds.
Would we even call it a
It's more of a moon, isn't it? It's kind of orbital.
More like a desert.
Like Tatooine.
Have you ever looked at Australia? Like on
Not
like
physically.
Google Earth? Telling you, man. Like that's why people say it ain't real. It ain't a real place. One sec. Let me educate you, right? Wait, what the fuck's going on? Unbelievable. Hey,
What is
this
what is
kip,
going
bro.
on? You tell me. What is going on?
Look at this kip.
Mm-hmm.
Like all that like brown shit and all, like that's inhabitable. Like, you cannot live in like the center of Australia.
We're trying to colonize Mars, and you can't tell me we can't go to Australia and colonize that?
Like it's like the same thing like with this part of Africa. It's like fuck that shit, bro.
Hey,
I'm
they
too
figured
pasty.
it out. I mean, Egypt did have a good thing going for a while. Not anymore, but they did.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But this kip, like you maybe live down here, maybe on the edges, but like,
Well,
like
if you
this is
talk to the
Africa.
original, if you talk to the original vintage, Perth is just kind of depressing and everywhere. But yeah, it is a nation that is a coastline nation. Far and wide, bar none, is a coastline nation. It is not an inland nation. Not a whole lot
Yeah,
going
but at
on.
least
there.
what you got
Okay.
you got Congo.
Skip over
you
to
got
Mexico.
South Sudan.
Skip over to northern Mexico, though. Look at that.
Yeah, look.
Look
Yeah,
at
that's not too
Chihu-
bad.
Yeah, I said northern Mexico, my dude, not southern Mexico and central Mexico.
Oh, you
Northern
mean
Mexico.
Texas?
Look at like Chihuahua. Look at Juarez. That's no fun.
But like there's still plenty of green to work with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Versus-
all the cities that still exist in that forsaken desert. Also in Australia, everything is equipped with neurotoxins and ninja swords and triple black belt.
Bro, they got fake animals. Like Australia needs to do something about their animals.
They got Five Nights at Freddy's animals down there.
Like, cause like look at Europe. Europe's all green, baby. We're
Yeah, the
all
biggest
green.
predator in
It's
Europe is a
beautiful.
squirrel.
Hey, we got horses. Okay, we got
You got
like,
cats.
Yeah,
You got hedgehogs.
compare a horse, right, to a giraffe. All right,
Okay.
a giraffe is just a retarded horse.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A rhino is just a fat
No,
unicorn.
I don't.
You try and fit a giraffe in that bus. You tell me how that works out.
You talking about Madagascar?
Wait, say that again, Rex.
I said you try and fit a giraffe in that bus. You tell me how that works out.
Listen,
What was
that's
your
what I'm saying.
What was your description of a giraffe again?
Retarded horse.
You try and fit a giraffe in that bus and tell me how that works out.
Listen, okay? Just because we do weird shit as humans doesn't mean that it's practical, right? Whoever the fuck invented the short bus, it makes no sense. It makes no
Why?
sense.
Why?
Why would you want the retards to be closer to the driver? I'd make the special bus even
What's the
longer.
problem?
I want to keep them as far away from the dude that's operating the heavy machinery as
Wait.
possible.
The rear tires.
You want to put them in a prison bus?
Hold on, his argument was the rear
wait.
tires. What do you have?
What's
What's the
that
problem with
thing-
the rear tires being close to the driver? Have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
What's the thing that they put the Silence of the Lamb dude in?
Like a gurney? Not a gurney. A dolly?
Yeah. I'd have these fuckers in gurneys and dollies and all this kind of shit. I don't trust them.
God.
I don't trust them.
You are
Listen, when I was growing up, there was like they segregated the smart kids from the retarded kids, and I was kind of like in between. I was like for the mathematics, I was with the smart kids, but for like the rest of the stuff, I was with the retards. You know what I mean, it was the first time it ever happened in the history of the school.
Did every period have a bus? Every subject and every teacher had a bus that you had to get on to get to the next one?
We couldn't afford buses. That's how Ireland. We only got internet about 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, you had to ride giraffes. That's right.
Yeah, we're still we didn't have retarded animals. We had horses, right? But and carriages and shit. You know, we were all like fancy and shit like that. You know what I mean? But
sure they were
like I said, like this is a theory.
It was really just two of his teachers together in a costume. You know, one provided the front legs, the other was like the back legs, and then they made the stupid horse noises. While Terica's like, "Yo, I'm really fancy," and that's how he get to school.
Listen,
and then on off days,
it's called
he had the plush horse head on a stick, and he would ride that to school.
Hey, don't you dare take away my childhood, okay? My childhood was beautiful, Rex, okay? Also, speaking of which, we got Abby on the Ko-Fi saying,
"Spin that globe."
Wait, we only got 6. Wait, did we refresh? Or were we at 20? 1 sec. I need to do a bit of calculation.
I'm not your bookie. Don't ask me.
Buy me some time. Buy me some time. I need to do some mathematics. I was bragging about that I was in the A class for maths, but the C class for the rest of them. Appreciate you, Abby. 1 sec.
That's a dramatic difference between a giraffe and a horse. I mean,
yeah, we're only up to 12 in the bank, Abby. We still need another. Oh fuck, man! This the mathematics is coming. We still need another 4 on the Ko-Fi. Oh, it's all going to shit. It's all going to shit, boys. I need a producer. Do we need $4 on the Ko-Fi PayPal? Because we're up to... Oh, fuck's sake.
Shantae's not your producer?
No, bill me for it.
No, she's my mod. What are we talking about?
You don't have Cash App, do you? You got Cash App?
No, I got Ko-Fi is easy to use, though. Right? You don't need to sign up for it or nothing. You can it's just like buying something online. Just click the link and then boom. Whatever the donation is, all the stuff. So it's usually $20 super chat or $10. 1 sec. Let me do a bit of grift here, boys. Let me work on the grift here. If you want to spin the wheel, it's either $20 super chat or if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal, it is $10. Okay. And then at the moment in the wheel bank, we've got $12 because you donated $6 on Ko-Fi, so we double it when you're doing the Ko-Fi. Which means we've got $12 in the wheel bank, so it's an $8 super chat or $4 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. See that, gentlemen? I'm getting good. I'm getting good. And we got Abby over on the Ko-Fi as well coming in. I'm pretty sure this should be 4 for the spin. It is the 4 for the spin. Let me play a little bit of Pepe for that one, Abby.
I don't need
Appreciate
glasses.
you, Candy Abby. What can I say? He's looking fresh. Also, take a look at the sign next time that clip plays in the background. Pretty good sign.
Spin it! Wow!
Hello. Yeah, I got quiet.
Oh shit, I was muted. Gentlemen, should daylight saving time be abolished and we just pick one permanent time? Also, shout out to Ghost for the $2 giraffe fund. My man.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Gentlemen, talk to me. Because I believe
daylight saving time.
Yeah, this whole thing where we push the clocks forward, then we push the clocks back.
Yeah. You get rid of that crap. That's been an ongoing argument. Shit, here in the States, they've been on that one for the past probably 10 years now. About whether to eliminate it or not. The crazy thing is, like, Arizona doesn't even recognize it. I think there's another state that doesn't recognize it either. I forget which one. And like, I'm a truck driver now. And when I cross into Arizona after daylight savings time, it's like I gotta stop and ask them, like, what time is it? Because the GPS doesn't calculate for it. My computers don't calculate for it. I gotta know what time it is.
Well, I know what time it is.
Done away with.
And it's time for me to catch some rest because I have both jobs tomorrow. But gentlemen, it's been a blast. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me. I guess I'm in the center, so I will pick my channel as it is. Re-examination show. Please like and subscribe. We got some exciting stuff coming up. We will be. I'll be debating Zillzone at some point. I'm arranging with Abe Dinkus, and we're going to go over how we reconcile free will and predestination, because we both have a couple of ways of doing it. He is the Molinist, which, by the way, there's been no church that I'm aware of that is a Molinist church in all of church history. And then I am coming from the Reformed Compatibilist view, where free will and predestination can coexist and not contradict each other. But yeah, so that's my take. Thank you so much, guys.
100%. Appreciate you stopping by, Rex. But we only got about 15 minutes left, because like I said, the first one we're going to go nice ham and cheesy, and then tomorrow, like I said, we're going to be doing the because this thing, we're going to be doing a week-long special, folks, off the Wheel of Madness. So if you haven't got enough Wheel of Madness today, don't worry, we're going to be doing it every single day this week. Okay. And just to do again a little bit of a grift, so to speak, we've got multiple different themes. So obviously this wheel is the Bollocksology wheel. So you see from like the key prompts that we've gone through so far, nothing really too serious, more kind of like meme and funny topics, all this kind of stuff. Tomorrow we're going to be starting with the dating wheel. Then the day after that, it's going to be religion. Then the day after that, it's going to be politics. And then the day after that, it's going to be philosophy, okay? Now, like I said, it basically increases in difficulty, right? So, like, the dating wheel would be kind of like, conversations around, like, the whole kind of, like, feminism and red pill. Like, questions of, like red flags, what you should look out for, and the whole, like, dating sphere, all this kind of stuff. In terms of like religion, it'd be kind of questions in terms of like, is the Bible the actual truth, or like what way do we handle like, like religion and science? Are they in conflict, or are they actually, complementary, and all this kind of stuff? In terms of politics, it'd be kind of like issues talking about like death penalty, like the environmental, like the carbon tax and all this kind of stuff, talking about different things like that. And then philosophy, just to give you an idea of like how difficult the philosophy prompt is. All right, here's one of the questions. Does Nozick's experience machine demonstrate that a life of pure pleasure without real achievements or connections is not worth living? Okay. So like that's just to give you an idea of like how, proper is the philosophy wheel. So like I've kind of have a wide range from like the fun and playful all the way to like the serious like existential questions. Another one, the philosophies one, it would be, should you pull the lever in the classic trolley problem to kill one person and save 5 others? So it's like we like to, we aim to please, and like the an interesting one that actually came up on the Whatever podcast about the trolley problem. Because the trolley problem is more so like a trolley exercise, so to speak. But like this whole thing of like, would you convict an innocent man? Like, that this dude is innocent of the crime, but you'd give him, you're the judge. Would you say that he's guilty just to prevent wide scale rioting in the community?
Okay, never mind. I'll wait for you to bring that up, because that's not how the judicial system works. Not here. The judge doesn't convict you unless you're on a bench trial.
Oh, we're going to make the argument of Derek Chauvin. Like, even if it's a jury.
Well, there's two differences. I mean, depending on the jury that you have, you can have like a jury of 6, a jury of 12, or you can do a bench trial where the judge makes the determination. So you're either being judged by one person or a group of people that have to come to a agreement.
And have a good one, electric journalist. Appreciate you stopping by. But if that was the conversation in the jury room, where it's like, listen, if we don't convict this dude, there's going to be mass rioting. Like, how would you handle that situation? You're like the 11th juror. You're the
Look at the
deciding
facts of the
vote.
case. I gotta look at the facts of the case. Because if convincing to me the facts of the case point to him being guilty, I'm looking at them objectively, thoroughly, properly, and not making a basis out of fear. If I think he's guilty based on what I'm seeing and interpreting, yeah, I'm gonna stick with my decision. And if that leads to mass rioting, I'm gonna leave it to how do you say, the authorities to control that. National Guard, they have to be called in and all that stuff. It's silly. That's happened a lot here in the States. Oh God, especially when a person who's guilty to arrest. I'm surprised we haven't had any because of this idiot Carmelo Anthony. We did have some unrest, but not on the mass exodus, as it's been with other things like Derek Chauvin, however you say his last name.
And just real quick as well, it's eclectic, not electric. I do apologize. Like I said, please be patient. My mom took Tylenols. And also, shout out to Abby as well. Appreciate you very kindly. Have a good one, Abby. Can't solve the right issue by giving them what they want. That turns into my rule. Like that's the conundrum. Like, let's say like that this dude is innocent. Like you have like you have all the facts on stuff, and it's like it is clear that this dude is innocent, right? And you're in a jury. There's 10 other people in the jury with you. 5 of them are like saying he's innocent. We want him to go free because he is innocent. Based on principle, all this stuff. And the other 5 are saying, we need to convict this guy because if we don't, we know for a fact that at least 1,000 people are going to die from the amount of like rioting and violence that's going to happen. What you do in that situation?
Well, you have to have a unanimous jury. Everybody has to agree. If you get that mix, it's a hung jury. And you end up getting a retrial, basically. They bring in a new jury, and they'll keep doing that shit until you get the right verdict.
Whichever way you choose, like the rest of the jury will follow you. Like you have like that much of an influence on, let's say.
Oh, yeah, I'm going with the facts. The facts of the evidence, whatever. If it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I'm strong in that opinion, yeah, I'm going that way. And if it causes a mass riot, then outside authority is going to have to control that riot. That's what they're there for. That's why they call in the National Guard when the civil unrest gets out of control. And this only really happens here in the States when a white cop kills a black guy. That's like the only time it happens here. It's so ridiculous. But we had what's the name, Kyle Rittenhouse. That nonsense. And the evidence was just overwhelming of how he was only acting in self-defense. It's just overwhelming. 2 guys tried to kill him. And funny enough, the 2 guys that tried to harm him were criminals with known track records. One of the guys they were looking for. That's a 100%. Smart place to be.
I'd do the same thing. If he's innocent, I'm not going to be voting for him to go to prison, no matter the fallout. But it's a very interesting trolley problem question, because like, and again to go back to the Bible, like that's literally the story of Jesus. That the Romans were like, we're going to convict him, even though he's like a perfectly just man. We're still going to convict him because we don't want rioting on the streets. And like that's why I keep like pointing back to like anybody who says that like the Bible is fairy tales or the Bible is just a bunch of fugazi or whatever, they've never actually read it. That's what basically they're saying, is when they say it's like, oh, it's just a bunch of stories or whatever.
What the hell?
Because
did
like
Jesus
that
do to get
story of
crucified?
Jesus is one of the most profound stories that has
Look.
ever been written.
Yeah, look. I'm not religious, but I do stand against. What was Jesus really crucified for? What wrong did he do that was so damn bad? What is it? Going against the word of the king, the physical man king. Anyway, it's like, what did he really do wrong to deserve being crucified?
Now, bear in mind as well,
It's
they
just like,
released Barabbas. They literally released a serial killer, a mass murderer. They released
okay,
over Jesus.
okay, all right. So I don't know anything about that. I spent my whole life growing up in the church, and I don't know. There's so much I know and so much I don't know to get deeper into it, but it's like this man was doing great things. I was like, well, why should you persecute me? Who was he hurting except for your ego? It's like, is he that much of a threat to you? You know, shit like that. Let him be. Hell, you might benefit. Fuck.
We got Dave coming in saying they said Jesus claimed to be God, which was blasphemy. But this is why the way, the truth, the life. Oh, he says I am.
To get...
You know, and like the aspect like there is right. Why like they say like Jesus is the truth, and this is kind of like poetic. Like my 2 cents on it is that like Jesus proved without a shadow of a doubt that Pharisees, the Sadducees, and all these like that they were wrong. Now here's the thing where they say it's like, oh, evil must exist, which means God can't be all good and all this kind of stuff. Well, if evil exists, then good has to exist. If wrong exists, then right has to exist. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing that they tried to play where it's like, oh, evil exists, therefore God can't be all good. It's like they fundamentally misunderstand the concept. You know what I mean? Like when I point to in terms of deductionist falls, like we point to like serial killers, we point to these truly sick and evil individuals. Well, if evil exists, that means that good must exist. There is a wrong, there must be a right. And the wrong was that they literally crucified like an innocent person.
Yeah, I'd like to have a actually, I don't care, but like I like to have a religious conversation with you one day. But like I didn't say anything tonight. That was biting my tongue. While Rex was on, because you guys apparently are Christians. I don't believe in any of it, but I didn't want to bring it up tonight. You just have, I mean, your stream's fucking awesome on tonight. I didn't want to be a fucking, you know, antagonizer that throws off the whole vibe. So I just be quiet. But that's like a conversation for another day. I don't know what I am. Agnostic and atheist at different points, but I am not one of those ones that will come in your face, phrasing, get in your face and tell you you're wrong for believing in a certain thing. I never do that to anybody because I grew up in the church and I lost faith. Different thought process came into my head and it's just like, let me question some things. But when somebody comes up to me and starts speaking about the Bible and religion and everything like that, I'm never going to tell them they're wrong. It's like, you are free to believe in what you want. That's freedom. That's just human freedom. Go for it. I really don't care, but don't force it on me. You know, not to say y'all did that. You know, y'all didn't do that at all, but it's just like some people do.
But when you look at like going to the movies, All right, let's say like there's like some movie or whatever. Now the movie is literally like never happened, all this kind of stuff. But do you think that you can get truth from that movie?
No.
That there'd be no.
Well,
no
now we're
truth,
gonna
no.
go. Hold on. Yeah, when you say movies, is it a accurate documentary, or just like Star Wars? Like, are we talking like Star Wars or like Oppenheimer? I don't know why I said Oppenheimer. Probably because I've been hearing it all day today. Well, you know, something that's based on fact. Maybe I can get some knowledge from the movie if it's a biographical depiction. But you know, something like Star Wars, you're not getting any truth out of that. It's science fiction.
Like it's a science fiction, but it's like let's say it's a science fiction movie, but it's based on this whole kind of like battle of good versus evil. Do you think that there's any truth that you can get from that?
I have to study what's being said. It depends on what aspect is being presented as kind of here's a dumb word, truthful, or and based in some kind of reality. Oh God, I don't want to get into
Like a parable.
movie comment with or a movie debate with you.
You understand like what a parable is, though. It's like the story doesn't have to be like 100% factitious or anything like that, but you can get like meaning from that parable or that story, correct?
I can see getting meaning out of it, but knowledge maybe not. Especially if it's being based off of an adaptation, like a problem we got going on right now in the community with the Odyssey by Christopher Nolan. This movie is going to be based off of a feminist translation by I can't remember bitch's name, and it has nothing to do with Homer. It's just based off of some bitch's translation in a feminist mindset. So I'm not going to gain anything from this because it's not a representation of what the true work was. And to be clear, Homer has never been defined as a person, more or less, and historically thought as a collective group. So we don't know what the hell's going to happen there.
100%. And like I said, bro, we're going to be doing Wheel of Madness all week long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So tomorrow, it might be a bit later tomorrow, or throughout the week, it might be a bit later because if Speakeasy, shout out to my boy Speakeasy. I'll actually play the clip. Might as well. You know?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. But definitely, in 2 days' time, it's going to be literally like religious themed as well in terms of the wheel and all that stuff. So you're more than welcome, Buff. And like I said, in terms of like the whole religious aspect, trust me, I think like a lot of atheist talking points got into your head and it kind of knocked you down. You're kind of like, oh no, like this is what they must believe and all this kind of stuff. But if you actually sat down and you kind of like had these conversations out, you'd be surprised that you're actually kind of like, yeah, maybe there's a lot to this. You know what I mean? Tomorrow is going to be Wheel of Madness again, but we're going to be starting with the dating wheel, okay? And then the day after that is going to be the religion one. So we're going to be talking about the feminisms, the red pill nonsense. Like, because red pill is just basically, I'm convinced, just like red pill teaches you to be a pimp and feminism teaches you to be a hoe. You know what I mean? And either way, no matter which one you pick, you're still doing like this whole like pimp culture and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And yeah, like
yes, yes, Chante, Sick2210 is my channel. I do movie shit, and my live streams are exploring like just watching like police videos and stuff like that, frauditors, auditors, South Sid, stuff like that. When I do my live streams, we just have stupid fun. Yeah, man, I like talking with you, dude. Yeah, I met you through JS, I believe. I love your Wheel of Madness stuff. I just love that random like spin the wheel. And it was like boom, new topic, structure. Even though we went on a religion tangent a little bit, but it's fun. I just wanted to holler at you while I had some time.
100%. Like I said, it's going to be the whole week as well. So if you got any spare time, make sure you check it out. And to everyone else, like I said, because we got close and we did get religious, we might as well hit them with this clip as well. This is one of the premium memes. Every single time we hit a goal, we hit them with the premium memes.
There's a Bible verse I think about sometimes. Many times. It goes, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? And who will go for us? And I said, here am I. Send me."
Book of Isaiah, chapter 6. A lot of profound lines in the Bible, okay? And that's one thing that like is, to me, is indisputable. But ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the show. Like I said, it's going to be a week-long special of Wheel of Madness. So if you didn't get enough madness today, we're going to be going live with more Wheel of Madness tomorrow. But to the Americans, because I'm a leprechaun, okay? It is what it is. I wish I was American, but it is what it is. I'm a leprechaun, okay? So, and I know it's like the whole thing, you can't be trusting leprechauns, all that stuff. And that's why I'm asking you don't have to trust me. To the Americans, all I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.